Swami ready. You're not even tying the base tightly, Kaladara. The base is tight. Swami. Because every day we use. Nityanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta, Sri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva is the offering of the Chaturvedam. Deva Devottama Devata Sarvabhauma Akhilanda Koti Brahmanda Nayaka Sri Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Sri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Chaturveda Priya Chaturvedam Avadharaya Harihi Om Agnimi Purohitam Yajnasya Devam Rigvijam होता आरं रत्नधातावं हरिः ॐ इषेतो जेत्वा वायवस्तो पायपस्तदेवो वर्षविता प्रार्पयतु श्रेष्ठतमाय कर्मणे हरिः ॐ अग्न आयाहि पीतये गृणानो हव्यदातये निहोता सप्तिबर्हिषि हरिः ॐ तन्नो देवीरभिष्ट आपो भवन्तु पीतये संयोरभिष्टवन्तु नः हरिः ॐ. The next offering of the Uttamottama Seva at the feet of Devi Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Sri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva is the offering of the Agama Shlokas. Deva Devottama Devata Sarvabhauma Akhilanda Koti Brahmanda Nayaka Sri Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Sri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Agama Shloka Priya Agama Shloka Navadharaya आगतां शिववक्त्रेभ्यो गतं च गिरिजामुखे मतं हि वासुदेवस्य तस्मादागम उच्यते श्रीभगवानुवाच अतिकौतूहलाविष्टा पृच्छस्येतत् शृणु प्रिये यन्मे नेत्रान्तरे वह्नेर्यद्वानृतमनुत्तमम्. The next offering of the Uttamottama Seva at the feet of Devi Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Sri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva is the offering of the Stotra Seva. Deva Devottama Devata Sarvabhauma Akhilanda Koti Brahmanda Nayaka Sri Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Sri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Stotra Priya Stotram Avadaraya Om Namo Bhagavate Sadashivaय सकलतत्त्वात्मकाय सर्वमन्त्रस्वरूपाय सर्वयन्त्राधिष्ठिताय सर्वतन्त्रस्वरूपाय सर्वतत्त्वविदुराय ब्रह्मरुद्रावतारिणे नीलकण्ठाय पार्वतीमनोहराय सोमसूर्याग्निलोचनाय भस्मोद्धूलितविग्रहाय महामणिमुकुटधारणाय माणिक्यभूषणाय सृष्टिस्थितिप्रलयकालरौद्रावताराय दक्षाध्वरध्वंसकाय महाकालवेदनाय मूलाधारैकनिलयाय तत्त्वातीताय गंगाधराय सर्वदेवादिदेवाय षडाश्रयाय वेदान्तसाराय त्रिवर्गसाधनाय अनन्तकोटिब्रह्माण्डनायकाय अनन्तवासुकितक्षककारकोटकशङ्खगुलिकपद्म महापद्मेति अष्टमहानागकुलभूषणाय प्रणवस्वरूपाय चिदाकाशाय आकाशदिक्स्वरूपाय ग्रहनक्षत्रमालिने सकलाय कलङ्करहिताय सकललोकैककर्तृ सकललोकैकभर्तृ सकललोकैकसंहर्तृ सकललोकैकगुरवे सकललोकैकसाक्षिणे सकलनिगमगुह्याय सकलवेदान्तपारगाय सकललोकैकवरप्रदाय सकललोकैकशङ्कराय शशाङ्कशेखराय शाश्वतनिजावासाय निराभासाय निरामयाय निर्मलाय निर्मदाय निश्चिन्ताय निरहङ्काराय निरङ्कुशाय निष्कलङ्काय निर्गुणाय निष्कामाय निरुपप्लवाय निरुपद्रवाय निरवध्याय निरन्तराय निष्कारणाय निरन्तकाय निष्प्रपञ्चाय निस्सङ्गाय निर्द्वन्द्वाय निराधाराय निरागाय निष्क्रोधाय निर्लोपाय निष्पापाय निर्भयाय निर्विकल्पाय निर्भेदाय निष्क्रियाय निस्तुलाय निस्संशयाय निरुपमविभवाय शुद्ध बुद्ध परिपूर्ण सच्चिदानन्दाद्वयाय परमशान्तस्वरूपाय तेजोरूपाय तेजोमयाय जय जय रुद्र महारौद्र भद्रावतार महाभैरव कालभैरव कल्पान्तभैरव कपालमालाधर खट्वाङ्ग खड्ग चर्म पाशाङ्कुश डमरू शूल चाप बाण गदाल भुषुण्डी षटग्नि चक्राद्यायुधभीषणकर सहस्रमुखदंष्ट्राकरालवदन विकटाट्टहास विस्फारित ब्रह्माण्डमण्डल नागेन्द्रकुण्डल नागेन्द्रहार नागेन्द्रवलय नागेन्द्रनिकेतन मृत्युञ्जय त्रयम्बक विश्वरूप विरूपाक्ष विश्वेश्वर वृषभवाहन विश्वभूषण विश्वतोमुख सर्वतो रक्ष रक्ष मां ज्वल ज्वल महामृत्युमपमृत्युभयं नाशय नाशय चोरभयम् उत्सादय उत्सादय विषसर्पभयं समय समय चोरान् मारय मारय मम शत्रून् उच्चाटय उच्चाटय त्रिशूलेन विदारय विदारय कुटारेण बिण्डि बिण्डि खड्गेन छिण्डि छिण्डि खट्वाङ्गेन विपोदय विपोदय कुशलेन निष्पेषय निष्पेषय पाणिः सन्ताटय सन्ताटय रक्षांसि भीषय भीषय भूतानि विद्रावय विद्रावय कूष्माण्ड मारीच वेताल ब्रह्मराक्षसगणान् सन्ताटय सन्ताटय माम् अभयं कुरु कुरु वित्रस्वं माम् आश्वासय आश्वासय नरकभयान् माम् उद्धर उद्धर सञ्जीवय सञ्जीवय क्षुत्रुभ्यां माम् आप्यायय आप्यायय दुःखातुरं माम् आनन्दय आनन्दय शिवकवचेन माम् आच्छाटय आच्छाटय मृत्युञ्जय त्रयम्बक सदाशिव परमशिव नमस्ते नमस्ते. The next offering of the Uttamottama Seva at the feet of Devi Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Sri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva is the offering of the Dravida Vedam. देवदेवोत्तम देवता सार्वभौम अखिलांड कोटि ब्रह्मांड नायक श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी पराशक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव द्राविड वेद प्रिय द्राविड वेदम अवधारय. शिवा तिरुचित्रंबलम वेयुर तोली पंगन விடமுண்ட கந்தன் மிக நல்ல வீணை கடவி மாசரு திங்கள் கங்கை முடிமேல நின்று என்னுலமே புகுண்ட அதனால் ஞாயிறு திங்கள் செவ்வாய் புதன் வியாழன் வெள்ளி சனி பாம்பிரண்டு முதனே மாசரு நல்ல நல்ல அவை நல்ல நல்ல அடையாரவர்க்கு மிகவே. சிவா திருச்சிற்றம்பலம்.
What I mean by the word KAILASA, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa. What I mean by the word KAILASA, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa. What I mean by the word KAILASA, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa.
Namami Aditya Hridayam Punyam Sarvashastru Vinasanam Jayavaham Jate Nityam Akshayam Paramam Shivam Koti Surya Swarupinam Ananda Gandha Ishwaram Bhakta Hridaya Nivasinam Nithyananda Namostute Koti Surya Swarupinam Hridaya Nivasinam Nithyananda Namostute Sarvamangala Mangalyam Sarva Papa Pranasanam Chinta Shoka Prasavanam Ayurvardhanam Uttamam कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरम् भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दनमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरम् भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दनमोऽस्तुते रश्मिमन्तं समुद्यन्तं देवासुरनमस्कृतं पूजयस्व विश्वस्वन्तं भास्करं भुवनेश्वरं कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरम् भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दनमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरम् भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दनमोऽस्तुते सर्वदेवात्मको हे च तेजस्वी रक्तिभावनः देवदेवासुरगणात् लोकान् पातिगभस्तिभिः कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरम् भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दनमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरम् भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दनमोऽस्तुते सर्वदेवात्मको हे च तेजस्वी रश्मिभावनः देवदेवासुरगणान् लोकान् पाति भगस्तिभिः कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरम् भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दनमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरम् भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दनमोऽस्तुते भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दनमोऽस्तुते नित्यानन्दनमोऽस्तुते नित्यानन्दनमोऽस्तुते।
Even a malignant man, by beginning in the company of Satsanga, makes even the impossible as possible in this world. KAILASA is the message from Paramashiva to have superconscious breakthrough. Enlightenment, power manifestation, Paramashiva, everything served to you without you even moving out of your couch. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. We can multiply the quality and quantity of your life. The most ancient, best way of life and best kept sacred secrets all these years handed over only from guru to disciple, guru to disciple, guru to disciple. Secrets kept inside the Siddha Paramparas, Siddha tradition. Enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. KAILASA is responsible to provide that to all human beings. Whole world should become KAILASians. Even a malignant man, by beginning in the company of Satsanga, makes even the impossible as possible in this world. KAILASA is the message from Paramashiva to have superconscious breakthrough. Enlightenment, power manifestation, Paramashiva, everything served to you without you even moving out of your couch. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. We can multiply the quality and quantity of your life. The most ancient, best way of life and best kept sacred secrets all these years handed over only from guru to disciple, guru to disciple, guru to disciple. Secrets kept inside the Siddha Paramparas, Siddha tradition. Enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. KAILASA is responsible to provide that to all human beings. Whole world should become KAILAShians.
The next offering of the Uttamottama Seva at the feet of Devi Nithyananda Parashakti Sameta, Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, is the offering of the Nitya Seva. Deva Devottama Devata Sarvabhauma Akhilanda Koti Brahmanda Nayaka, Sri Nithyananda Parashakti Sameta, Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, Nitya Priya Nittam Avadharaya.
KAILASA is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. KAILASA is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest
of the Uttama Seva at the feet of Devi Nithyananda Parashakti Sameta Nithyananda Paramashiva is the offering of the Paramashiva Shakti Avishkarana. Deva Devottama Devata Sarvabhauma Akhilanda Koti Brahmanda Nayaka Sri Nithyananda Parashakti Sameta Sri Nithyananda Paramashiva Paramashiva Shakti Avishkarana Priya Paramashiva Shakti Avishkaranam Avadharaya Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganatadrisham Tattvamasyadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavachitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nithyanandam, I welcome all of you with my love and respect to today's Paramashiva Shakti Avishkarana. I am Maniki Yoga Pranananda. I am 13 years old and I am a Balachan of the Nithyananda Gurukul. And along with me here, I have a volunteer. Nithyanandamma, would you like to introduce yourself?
My name is Pungure. I'm come from Tamil Nadu.
Thank you. Before we enter into the power manifestation, let's begin with a small introduction about the source of all, Paramashiva. Paramashiva is the primordial divinity, the ultimate reality and cause, which is self-effulgent, Swayam Prakasha, all-pervading, unchanging beyond time, space, form, and causality. Today, an incarnation of Paramashiva walks among us in the form of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, initiating all of us into the various Shaktis of Paramashiva. Today, you will be witnessing the extraordinary Shakti of consciousness over matter. So, as you all see, I have a coconut along with me here, and I will be placing this coconut in Mapungade's hand. And in front of your eyes, I will be rolling this coconut off Mapungade's hand. And I would like to explain one thing to all of you before that. When we manifest the power of consciousness over matter, it is not just merely rolling a coconut or an object off of the volunteer's hand. It is breaking some incompletion, some root pattern which is inside of them and making them manifest their reality. Yes. We can start the power manifestation now. Yes. I request you to hold your hand completely straight in front of the camera. Yes. All of you can see Mapunguda has held her hand completely straight. Yes. Now I'll chant the Mahavakya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् 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 before your eyes. And these are the extraordinary Shaktis of Paramashiva. And now, some deep incantation, some root pattern of Mahapungare has broken, and she will be able to manifest the reality that she wants to manifest. And all of you can also have an opportunity to get initiated into these extraordinary powers. Just join the Paramashivoham Level 2 season 22 program, and you will also get initiated into all these powers and be able to manifest these extraordinary powers. And please come back tomorrow and join us in the Uttama Seva, 6 p.m. IST. Thank you, Nithyananda.
KAILASA, the good God country. Hinduism has something great to offer. Hindu is good. We love him not just because he gives us what we want, but because he is good and he has so much to offer to the world that makes the best nation. Hindu God has life positive, all-inclusive, good, spiritual, social, political, and moral principles. Hindu principles are guaranteed solutions for all the major problems of humanity: resettlement, violence and lawfare, impoverishment, inequality, environmental footprint, pandemic and biowar, disputes, feminist movement, women's rights, child rights, minority rights, linguistic rights, human rights. Because Hinduism has the best to offer to the world, KAILASA, standing tall since 1994 for the grand narrative of Hinduism, is the good God's country. Founder of KAILASA, Paramashiva, and his 1008th incarnation, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasanidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is the reviver of KAILASA, the enlightened civilization, the greatest Hindu nation. His Divine Holiness was birthed by his predecessors of enlightened masters, great rishis, munis, siddhas, who predicted and recognized His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, as an incarnation of Paramashiva, as per the science of incarnation described in Hinduism. From his first Chaturmasya at the age of 3 in the year 1980 until the age of 16 in the year 1994, the Supreme Pontiff was trained for the revival of KAILASA. He began reviving KAILASA from the age of 16 after the coronation on the 25th May 1994. KAILASA that we see today is 26 years of sincere hard work of the reviver and Hindu diaspora all over the world. KAILASA has a potential population of 2 billion Hindus worldwide, with over 100 million applications to its citizenship already applied. Hinduism has stood over 10,000 years as an enlightened civilization. has been a global beacon of spiritual and timeless wisdom, technology, and culture.
He's wearing a grey jacket. His name is Boris.
The world's ancient civilization produced more than 40% of the world's GDP.
Purpose of life is to experience oneness with the ultimate reality, Paramashiva. Life exists on the planet Earth for last 40 billion years, and 5 times life faced complete extinction on the planet Earth. But somewhere one DNA, one cell, living organism is thrown out of planet Earth, preserved inside a volcano rock. After millions of years comes back to Earth due to gravity or whatever reason, gets into the ocean and starts the life again. Sanatana Hindu Dharma is the conscious science to give breakthrough to your DNA through natural selection process and to your consciousness through the conscious decision process. Sanatana Hindu Dharma is a sacred spiritual science. It is not bunch of do's and don'ts. No. Please understand, it is the revelations of sacred truths, cosmic truths, powerful cognition. It is still alive. That science is available, time-tested, foolproof. This science of living enlightenment is the complete solution for all the problems individual or society or modern day humanity is facing. Then you will understand all the problems of the modern day humanity. Sanatana Hindu Dharma is solution. Whether the terrorism or climate change, natural calamities or man-made calamities, for all the problems humanity is facing, the only solution is science of living enlightenment, revealed by Paramashiva from the Vedagamas in the modern day through this body. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution and setting model communities. Understand? KAILASA is reviving the ancient Hindu enlightened civilization. Paramashiva manifested this KAILASA mandala, the enlightenment ecosystem and the lifestyle. I am going to revive this whole enlightenment ecosystem, KAILASA, by creating a model KAILASAs all over the world. I will work sincerely and revive this spiritual science, which is the core for enlightenment ecosystem, making you all manifest the state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness and KAILASA of Paramashiva, and making all of us manifest Paramashiva.
In a world ravaged by war, ecological destruction, hatred and division, Kailasa stands as a bold vision of human potential, coexistence, organic living, and alignment with nature. Over the past 50 years, the world has seen the creation of dozens of new countries, and so if anything, it would be odd not to see a new country formed in the 21st century. Without the protection of political legitimacy, there is an imminent danger that the great tenets, scriptures, and science of creating an enlightened civilization, which spanned 56 states, 200 kingdoms, 1,700 samsthanas, and 10,000 sampradayas, will be forever lost to humanity. The Hindu diaspora are highly successful around the world. They formed the dispossessed diaspora who has been driven to other countries because they are unable to practice their religion authentically in their own country. They have flourished in countries where they have been allowed to settle with religious freedom. For example, in the United States, Hindus are the most educated and highest earning community, with 77% of them holding a bachelor's degree and 48% having an income of $100,000 or more. Although they are only 1% of the population, Hindus have launched 13.5% of the startups in the USA. They hold leadership, technical and creative positions in companies such as Microsoft, Google, Facebook, etc. This success has been repeated around the world, in the UK, Canada, Australia, etc. James Kirkup, in his 2015 Telegraph article says, British Indians are not just the most successful immigrant group in this country's recent history, but the most successful group of people, full stop. He continues, more extraordinary than the rise in numbers is how it has taken place so harmoniously and profitably for this country and those in it. British Indians, quite simply, are among the most industrious, accomplished, and credible amongst us. The best of British, if you like. The same article says that British Hindus are barely 2% of the population, but 12% of all the doctors. Australia and Canada have understood the ingredients of fast economic growth of the country and are doing everything to attract the educated, rich Hindu community. Hindus are the fastest growing migrant population in Australia. In 2017, 200% more Hindus have received invitation for Canadian Permanent Residency Program. Even now, the Hindu diaspora worldwide are the richest. No divorce, have no cases of drugs and substance abuse, lowest mental disorder, no depression. Hinduism is the only religion which neither converts nor kills. Absolutely non-violent, the elite sect of mankind. Because the Hindu diaspora worldwide and the Supreme Pontiff are successful in spreading their spiritual Hindu message of openness and inclusiveness against the forces of hatred and exclusivity, they have become the victims of relentless attacks by multi-armed apparatus of state power. Anti-Hindu forces, extremist caste, supremacist militant organization want a one ideology, Hinduism, under their exclusive domain. What they cannot digest into themselves, they systematically delegitimize and exterminate. Lawfare, assassination attempts, character assassination of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Attempted assassination and assassinated Kailasians. sexual assaults and rape of female monks of Kailasa, objectification, character assassination, state-funded child abuse and sexual abuse on the children of Kailasa.
Then I told I don't want to see a picture. Then I told I don't want to see a picture. Then they showed me a picture.
State-operated embezzlement of funds, properties and assets donated by the Hindu diaspora worldwide for the purpose of the revival of Kailasa. Since 1994 up to until now. Building a nation is not a project accomplished overnight or by virtue of hope. Kailasa is the manifestation of 26 years of sincere hard work, sacrifices, integrity of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, and the Hindu diaspora worldwide for the past 26 years for the enlightenment of humanity.
What I mean by the word KAILASA, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa. What I mean by the word KAILASA, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa. What I mean by the word KAILASA, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa. What I mean by the word KAILASA, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa. What I mean by the word KAILASA, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa. What I mean by the word KAILASA, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is e-Kailasa.
Avimuktaya, we can start, Aya.
I'm audible, no?
Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrusham Tattvamasyadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nithyanandam, and welcome everyone for today's session. Today we have a beautiful discussion on the Jati and Varna. Before we come to the topic, we will discuss and share about today's panel as well as the beautiful celebrations that happened yesterday. Actually, on February 14th, today in India time, we had the beautiful celebrations of His Divine Holiness, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, coronated as the Mahamandaleshwar, the celebrations. And as we start, we'll start with who is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, His Divine Holiness, Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, is the reviver of Kailasa, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is an avatar and Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam of Hinduism. He has made power manifestation into a science. The sovereign order of Kailasa, led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and the Nithyananda order of monks, nuns, and Hindu diaspora are working for global peace and to give superconscious breakthrough to humanity. Nithyananda Hindu University, the world's largest Hindu university with extended campuses in over 150 countries, is collecting, preserving, decoding, and reviving 20 million source books of Hinduism. SPH is the 293rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of Shyamala Pita Sarvajna Pitam, an ancient apex body, an emperor of the Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam. He has survived the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has survived the worst persecution of multiple assassination attempts on his person and character by the anti-Hindu elements. Today, before we proceed, we would like to share the essence of yesterday's satsang on Nithyananda Satsang from February 13th 2021. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has shared about how we can experience enlightenment immediately. Swamiji says, listen to these principles. These powerful cognitions can enlighten you now. It can make you manifest powers now. Simple understanding about the parasites, the way it exists, manifests, and triggers in your muscle memory, biomemory, and bioenergy will liberate you from all addictions in all levels and make you manifest powers and enlightenment. So before Swamiji explains on the parasites, he's explaining what these three are. I will explain these three words first. Swamiji says, muscle memory, biomemory, and bioenergy. All your day-to-day habits, like morning you wake up and do yoga or sip a cup of coffee, and the kind of food you eat, all your behaviors, habits, and actions form your muscle memory. Your muscles keep the memory of all your actions, good, bad, right, or wrong. If you create the right muscle memory, it helps you to manifest a beautiful, right life. If you build wrong muscle memory, it makes you manifest bad life. End of the day, your life you're living is just the expressions of muscle memories you built. The second is the biomemory. It is biomemory. It is all about the opinions, ideas, cognitions, powerful conclusions about yourself and your life, God, people, about everything. The conclusions you carry, powerful cognitions you carry, is called as biomemory. Biomemory is about how you believe yourself, what kind of idea you carry about yourself, and how it is impacted by others. Belief about you, how others treat you, and how that impacts you. I also want all of you to know, Swamiji says, how others treat you need not impact the way you believe about yourself, good or bad, both ways. You don't need to feel good is good if someone treats you good, and you don't need to feel bad if somebody treats you bad. You do not need to be impacted by the way others treat you. All your opinions, ideas, cognitions, powerful conclusions about you, about others, about Guru, about God, about the world, about the universe, all these put together is biomemory. The consciousness which is manifesting in your body, its experience about itself is called bioenergy. How, due to the continuous impact of your biomemory and muscle memory, your experience about you, how your consciousness experiences itself, how you feel about you, your core, due to the total impact of your muscle memory and biomemory, that is called bioenergy. Actually, the bioenergy only takes multiple births. From this body, when you move to the next body, your bioenergy only is carried. It is the core software coding of your existence. Then Swamiji explains about the parasites. Your muscle memories have parasites. The parasite sitting in your muscle memory is responsible for all your addictions and tiredness. These parasites can just trigger you. It can trigger the muscle memory of certain food or certain drug, alcohol, smoking, marijuana, and this parasite, it can trigger any of these memories and force you to consume them again. Addictions related to eating, drugs, sex, pornography, or any type of addictions is because of the parasites sitting in your muscle memory. The simplest, easiest, most beautiful way of cleaning the parasite from your muscle memory is taking Haritaki powder. Swamiji is expanding on these three levels: the muscle memory, the biomemory and bioenergy, and he explains about the parasites and also how to detox them. So the parasites grown in the biomemory level are the suicidal tendencies. You're ready even to die, but you're not ready to come out of delusions or beliefs. I have seen people, they are ready to die, but are not ready to come out of their frustrations, anger, their vengeance. All life negative attitudes, aptitudes, tendencies, powerful cognitions, powerful conclusions, and are the parasites sitting inside your biomemory. The parasites inside your biomemory triggers them. The most beautiful way of working and detoxing your biomemory is having 1200 long breaths every day and working on the sexual identity if your sexual identity becomes life positive. Next level of bioenergy. Parasites sitting inside your bioenergy is delusion. Giving up attitude. What can I do? That's all. These kind of attitudes. This kind of extreme enlightenment, negative, anti-enlightenment attitude is the parasite sitting inside your bioenergy. Delusion about life means knowing you're wrong. You try to constantly believe the other person is wrong. Life denial. Above all, giving up. Yes, this is the way it is. What can I do? I know it is right, but I don't know what to do. This is the parasite sitting inside your bioenergy. This parasite can destroy your life, and make you go around in the same rut. Same kind of father, mother, attachment, problem, lands in the same kinds of mess, and you die and pick up the same things. But will go on, you're stuck but not breaking out. Swamiji says the only way to detox the bioenergy is the presence of the master, living around, and the Guru Seva. That is the only way to detox and cleanse the bioenergy. A beautiful satsang, requesting everyone to please watch as Swamiji is giving us these techniques of detoxifying these three different levels of the muscle memory, the biomemory, and the bioenergy. Today, February 14th, 2021, the happenings around the world. This morning, on February 14th, we celebrated the 9th anniversary of the coronation of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as the Mahamandaleshwar of Mahanirvani Akhada. Bandara was offered to sadhus and sannyasis around the world. And today also, we are continuing with the Paramashivoham program that is going on, season 22, day 3 of the program. So we would like to show you a glimpse of the celebration, the coronation of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, which happened in February of 2013 in the Kumbh Mela that happened in February of 2013. Requesting continue to play this video.
गणेश शारदा सद्गुरु मंगलमूर्तिभ्यो नमः। यं ब्रह्म वेदान्तविदो वदन्ति परं प्रधानं पुरुषं तथान्ये विश्वोद्गते कारणं भगवान् सदाशिवऋषिः विराट् छन्दः श्रीगुरुपरमात्मा देवता हं बीजं सशक्तिः सोऽहं कीलकम् श्रीगुरुकृपा प्रसादसिद्ध्यर्थे जपे विनियोगः ॐ हंसां सूर्यात् ॐ हंसीं सोमात्मने तर्जनीभ्यां नमः ॐ हंसूं निरञ्जनात्मने मध्यमाभ्यां नमः ॐ हंसैं निराभासात्मने अनामिकाभ्यां नमः ॐ हंसौं अतनुसूक्ष्मात्मने कनिष्ठिकाभ्यां नमः ॐ हंसः अव्यक्तात्मने करतलकरपृष्ठाभ्यां नमः ॐ हंसां सूर्यात्मने हृदयाय नमः ॐ हंसीं सोमात्मने शिरसे स्वाहा ॐ हंसूं निरञ्जनात्मने शिखायै वषट् ॐ हंसैं निराभासात्मने कवचाय हुम् ॐ हंसौं मतनुसूक्ष्मात्मने नेत्रत्रयाय वौषट् ॐ हंसः अव्यक्तात्मने अस्त्राय फट् भूर्भुवः सुवरोमिति दिग्बन्धः ध्यानम् हंसाभ्यां परिवृत्तपत्रकमलैः दिव्यैर्जगत्कारणम् विश्वोत्कीर्णमनेकदेकनिलयम् स्वच्छन्दमानन्दकम् आद्यन्तैकमखण्डचित्त
As we watch the celebration, the coronation of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, we celebrated the 9th year anniversary today. Now in today's panel, we are going to be discussing on the Varna Ashrama Dharma. So I'm requesting Sri Nithyananda to please introduce your panel and introduce about this topic as well.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham kevalam jnanamuktim tanvadidam gaganaspusham tattvamakshadilaksham ekam nityam vimalamachalam sarvati kakshibotam bhavadidam purnarakitam satgurum namah. Thank you so much, Swami. Today we are going to have a wonderful panel. Every weekend we are just discussing about Hindu panels on many topics. Earlier weeks we discussed about Hindu education, Hindu economics, cow roads in it, and Hindu politics, and how Hinduism is facing a problem globally, and what are the solutions Kailasa is offering. So that's a serial. In that serial today we are going to talk about Varna system. So I'm very happy to introduce one of our panel members, Embil, and Akilji also will be joining. So thank Thank you, Sindhuji. Thank you, Prema Swami. NTV, can we go to the slide? Can you just present the slide, first slide? So, yes, exactly. Thank you. So, what's happening now? Manu is a big topic to discuss today. The one of the dimension we are going to discuss is how the forces, you can call it as a socio-political forces or anti-Hindu forces, how each and every forces which is oppositely, which is working for anti-Hindu, is creating a narrative. How this whole narrative is getting formed beautifully, and just the purpose of creating this narrative is not only a social disturbance or not a perceptual manipulation, it is for creating a law. There is an incident happened a few years back in London and Malaysia also. In Europe, one of the constitution parliament, they have made one law that wherever Hindus are there, there is a discrimination of casteism because of Manu. Just let us understand. We have one school of thought is talking about Manu is dead, Manu has gone, there is no connectivity about it. Fine. That's one school of thought. Other forces in a practical groundly, there some forces are working, which has gone to Europe. Even if somebody would have said in India it is there, probably we know that in news it's happening, we can talk about it. You all know that in developed country where our Hindus went and migrated and there, and there is no need for creating a law and put up in a parliament and make that as a legal structure. But it has happened. There is one gentleman called Satish Sharmaji who has made a voice for it, and he's still fighting. Probably we will be inviting him in our panel in upcoming weeks. So this is not only a unique story. This is happening everywhere. I would just tell the viewers, before, if I'm not mistaken, if my memory serves me better, because 11 years back, I believe, Dalit leader Kanaya from Mumbai went to US, one of the federation which was representing oppressed people. Oppressed, some conference was happening, and he was just giving a lectures, and he was presented to Bill Clinton thing that in India how big this Dalit atrocities are happening, how still Hindu caste system is affecting. The point I'm just trying to create here is, before we get into what is Manu Dharma says, it's right social structure. The topic here I want to bring to all of you notice is, Kailasa is only place where we are concerned and we are focusedly talking about global Hindus problem. As Swamiji says, is where we are protecting global Hindus. We are a voice for a global Hindus. This is a trend happening. The trend is create a narrative. From the narrative, of course, social disturbance, media disturbance, all you created, and create a law and nail down Sanatana Dharma growth or make some kind of fixation for Hindus. This is a template running. It's not one or two story here and there. It's a properly structured running template. Let's get that point very clear. This is ongoing anti-Hindu story. It is not just, something relevant only with Bharat, not with the boundaries of Bharat, nothing to do with only the territory of Bharat. It is cultural load, cultural hampering, cultural attack on Sanatana Dharma. So we have to raise this point, and once and for all, we have to set this trend rightly. Last 200 years, there were many solutions, many discussions, many outspoken revolutions happened from all the dimensions towards this. it's not only, I'm not talking about a Dalit or anti-Hindu trend. Very unfortunately, even the neo-Hindutva trends started speaking about it. Neo-Hindutva, some of the baskets of them very openly started talking about it. Manu is the overload or weightage to Hindu system. It's all been quoted, and that is one section is very openly talking about it. They really don't know how to digest it. The answer is very simple. The right knowledge, right contemplation, right way of approaching it has not been taught to them. Unfortunately, even they have taken the pills which is being thrown by this atrocity literature. That is what gone into them. So they wanted to get out of it, but the language they speak, what has gone into them is completely against Manu, and Manu is being still, they are thinking some thorn in the throat. So that's what I mean by anti-narrative created as a norm, and it is nailed, and like Sanatana Dharma is getting hanged on to it. Next slide, please. ATTV, next slide, please. Yes, so this is the backlist I've introduced. Thank you. Next slide. Okay. So, as exactly I said, it is about, even if we, go out of India, as I said exactly, if you are a Hindu, you are a Manuvadi. You have been degraded. You have been put down. And always you have to, all along your life, you have to go there and, defend it. In a cultural sphere, in a demography sphere, or any sphere, you have to go there and just defend it, or you will not be knowing how to do that. Today, out of India, Hindus are successful race. I'll say a group of people, whether it is in US or Australia or Europe. I heard even just 2%, 3% of Europeans is contributing 6% of GDP of Europe. It's an excellent phenomenon. And they are occupying highest post, and the contribution to the society is something very amazing. And thanks to the brought up or the genes from Sanatana Dharma, they are very peaceful. Wherever they go, they just create and embody that peacefulness, and they'll see to that kind of spiritual radiation happening in the place where they are migrated. We know this very well from US, Canada, wherever the things they're taking. But they have to they have to face that. I mean, this is what started happening in Malaysia also. So the Hindu identity is becoming smartly, openly, cunningly, it's getting distracted. This is one of the biggest global challenge every Hindu is facing, and it started coming. It's already there for last 15, 20 years, but now it started coming in an upsphere for many reasons. That's not our topic. So why this, where this mess has happened? Before going to Manu, just I wanted to take you back just 100 years back, 1911, something like that, 1911. We all know that 1850 plus 60, around 1816, around this so-called drama of census happened. And when the census, when Britishers were started taking about it, they are all from the class system. Okay, they were not aware about what is class. Okay, and there is nothing called caste in our none of the scriptures. This is all basic. I'm sure you all would be knowing about it. It has come from the place called Castra. This is basically a Romanic word. I mean, from Goa, that French guys. That's where the whole epidemiology has come into structure. So all that, there is no caste. Number one. Number two, the people were trying to do this exercise. They don't know how to classify it. So in a very blunt way, okay, they have to complete the process. So they said, hey, what is a job you are doing? What is a caste? And some of them, they don't know about it. So the whole mess up have happened in census. Once again, we are not too much getting into it. Probably we'll do it on some other time. Around 15,000 castes are being categorized under the backward class. Okay, so that's one of the point I'm taking. And there are certain cunning way. Of course, in all British's whole things, all mostly it's defined in a cunning way. Like that, census also used as one of the cunning tool to bring some of the things they wanted to do. So wherever these guys have gone, they have rules in their hand, power in the hand. So they've created certain rules and regulations and certain kind of an act to suppress people and put them into a different class. That is called something called tribal act. Now, I would invite Sendilaya, who has done the detailed research on this. I would like to I would like Sendilaya to share something on this front. How the whole cunning messiness happened. Sendilaya, please start.
So we are talking about the criminalization of the Indian castes, right? So that's where we'll start. We can talk about the Manu Dharma aspect of it a little later. So as you said, 1871, the Criminal Tribes Act seems to be the one of the first instances where officially the colonial powers marked certain castes, certain tribes as criminal. But even before that, a lot of British historians and research people, they have already done a lot of work on the Indian castes actually. So they have done a very rigorous work on our scriptures. They have done very rigorous studies on anthropology, and based on this, they have and based on their own experience, what they have faced in their countries, they reached certain conclusions over a period of time, and at the end of those conclusions was what manifested as the Criminal Tribes Act. So, for example, when they interpreted a lot of Vedic texts, they interpreted a lot of scriptures. They formed this idea that there are certain tribes that worship seemingly bloodthirsty deities. For example, they classified all forest-dwelling tribes that worshipped Durga or that worshipped Kalima as inherently criminal in nature. So a lot of bad ideas about what they do, what is their lifestyle, and everything has gone into their thinking, and the seemingly rough nature of the people who live in forests seems to have gone into their conclusions that these are very uncivilized and brute groups. So that is one of the reasons why they classified in most of the cases forest dwellers who worshipped Durga or Kali as criminal tribes, number one. Number two, they also could not understand how these groups sustained for their living. They did not know whether they did not interact much with the outside world because they all were forest dwellers. So what was their economic activity? They were not clear. So one of the reasonings that have seemed to have gone behind their understanding of the economic activity is that they assumed that they must have been robbers. For this, this might appear very silly now, but they have actually referred to children's stories. They have actually referred to parables to say that these people who are living in the forest are criminal. For example, we have heard many stories where some Brahmin would be walking in the forest, some thieves would come. The fact that thieves always come as a band means that they must have been a group who are living in a village, who are living in a forest, and by that mechanism, they are like they are a group, and invariably they are a caste. This might seem so silly now, but they've actually used this kind of logic to determine certain tribes as
so just to understand, like we were under the impression that the way in which these people have structured the society or done sensex, or we thought they have taken it in a very scientific way. The documentations are good. This is an impression we carry, right? I mean, but now to know that they just with the simple stories, like book stories or verbal stories, with that they created and structured the entire caste system itself.
That is
very funny.
Yes, they've also done that. They've also done some. I'll come to that. They've also done some really methodical research also, but this part is largely hidden. This part is largely hidden from the saying that, oh, this also contributed to their thinking is not revealed to the world, right? So it's our duty to reveal that also to the world. And another thing is there have been existing in any society. There are fault lines that exist between communities. And so they leverage these fault lines of accounts of one community against the other as a reason to criminalize the community. For example, if Brahmins had given some accounts to their kings about saying such and such a group of people are harassing them when they are traveling from one location to another, and they have to give some identification marks, right? They say people living in this place are wearing such and such clothes, such and such behavior patterns they have, and this is how anyone would report, to an authority. So such reports are also used to say that, okay, if such and such people are dressed up in a particular way, they have such a diet, and they have such religious customs, then they are criminal. So using accounts of one caste to criminalize the other caste. So this has also happened. And lastly, they have actually gone deeper into the existing scriptures also. And from there, they have identified certain aspects. Like, for example, they have taken Vajasaneya Samhita. They have taken some other Samhitas also, where they have misrepresented or they have translated slightly erroneously to say that Rudra is the lord of the thieves. They will say Skanda is the father and the patron of thieves. They look at some Tamil literature. Kotravai is the goddess of robber communities. So like that, they've also gone into the scriptures and the text to determine that certain tribes are criminal. So all these have gone into their ideology, and as a result of that ideology, we had the Criminal Tribes Act. But the Criminal Tribes Act kind of froze the opportunities for all of these communities to get out of this stigma, to get out of this label as criminals.
So one more, So Sidhu, I had one more things to add. Just one click I got. It's not only the tribes. Even I heard that the people, the wanderer with the saffron cloth, like in short, saints, they also classified under the criminals. There is an act for that. So anybody wander, for them the structure, the mind structure is very clear. We can understand, like, because they come from the class structure. There also there is a priest, kings communities are there, the Prabhu community is there. If you just see the European system, more or less the workers are there, laborers they call it as, that's all there. But what they could not able to understand is wherever they go, if you could not able to map into their node system, this whatever is not coming into their structure, they put it under the lower class and just they move on. So that is on a structural way of looking the society. And second is the quality. Probably the person would not be knowing the value of the the saint who is traveling or who is into the yatra, and the priest. He will not be in a position to understand the quality of what our Manu Dharma or what is our Sanatana Dharma has created in a person. The laborer, the happiness index is what I wanted to tell. There is always this people says, that's what even Gandhi was just trying to hint it at many times. Like, laborer in India cannot be equated to labor in Europe or any other Western countries. He just say they are here, they are better because it's not only the social security, the kind of an happiness index currently what we talk about, so-called ethics, you can call it as from the ethical point of view or moral point of view, or by default, everyone here having the concept of moksha as the final destination. You can say the inner space or inner happiness. If you're valuing that, we are anytime better. Even you take a sutra or any class of it, it doesn't matter. Okay, so that is all what we can say. We can call it as a qualitative parameters, or we can say intangible parameters. This all they could not able to put up into the census system. We are not expecting them to put up, but at least they could not even able to understand. So that is the reasons they will just say, okay, where and all they can put in, just put somewhere else. So that's where the error of census have started. Please continue.
Yes, yeah, I completely agree. Yes, that is also a major factor that has gone behind the ideology with which certain tribes of Bharatvarsha was classified as criminals. And also, we also need to see that they have classified a lot of these tribes as criminal because of the collusion with the then existing Islamic colonial powers also. For example, in many places we see that the British, the Dutch, the Portuguese, and all these settlements happened with the authorization from the then existing Islamic colonial rulers, right? So these rulers who have been facing constant threat, from these Hindu tribes, okay, when the knowledge was shared with the British settlements, so we can only imagine that how these Hindu tribes were presented to the European colonial powers, right? So, for example, the Bhils of Rajasthan, right? They are a forest dwelling tribe, and they supported Maharana Pratap's campaigns against the Mughals, right? Against the Islamic powers. So at that time, the impression that the colonial powers had about these Bhils and all these Rajasthan-based tribes was that they are enemies. They are enemies for the Islamic colonial power. So this information, if you see, seems to have somehow percolated down the years, and these Bhils are classified as criminal tribes when the British pass an act. Okay, like Dravida is the entire Dravida, as though it is one uniform homogeneous group. The entire Dravida is classified as a criminal tribe. Dasyu, Sabara. So all these are classified as criminal tribes just by picking and choosing from various anecdotal information plus information from the previous colonial authority, that is the Islamic colonial authority. Using all these things, they have put together sort of a system how to classify whoever is opposing the authoritarian power. Generally gets classified as criminal. Exactly. So that is also one of the main reasons why some of our arms-bearing tribes, people living in a civilized, I wouldn't say civilized, in a settlement where it's farm-based, it's agriculture-based, usually are not going to be bearing arms, right? But people who are dwelling in the forest, obviously they have to protect themselves against the elements and the nature and the animals. So they have to be arm-bearing, right? Now, when these arms-bearing tribes assist another Hindu king, assist another local dharmic ruler, they naturally become, branded as criminal. That has also happened so much in the case of Kallas in Tamil Nadu, and even in the case of Bhils in North India. So that has also gone behind the reason. Arms-bearing forest dwellers who have taken up arms for their own sustenance, when they end up supporting a Hindu ruler, they get branded as criminals.
Yes. So when coming, you said nicely, in Tamil Nadu, basically it's called as a Kucha Parambare, Kallar, Maravar. There are few tribals. It's not that they were only in the forest. What I understand is they were basically providing kind of internal security roles. They used to, give even for the merchants. There are certain family which responsibility for the temple wealth and the merchant wealth, and they see to that whenever the goods are getting transported, they just go along with the goods and they take care of that. So the only job is that, still there are many families which has been attached to temples. So I was wondering why they are attached to temples. Means all the security related, ecosystem, they were managing it. Okay, that every temple were having a lot of jewels. We know that. Okay, so our Indian Hindu community, Bharata community was very well, beautifully aligned with the temple ecosystem. So even each and every community, directly or indirectly. Okay, so wherever, as you exactly say, one is the Islamic guys might have given some kind of a blacklist. You say, hey, these guys are giving me a trouble. See to that, take care of them. That is one list. Second list is whom and all they saw that it's going to be a threat from their security point of view, or can be a repeller. Okay, even when they are trying to settle down from 1700 to 1800, there are Samastana was there. There are certain Samastana was not listening to them. So the supportive fighting tribals, they just put him as a crime tribe. And even the sadhus, as I say, they have put in across. So like that, this is a so-called logic. They have their own logic. Means that is their own agenda of keeping it in a control. We can very well understand, because let's agree. I mean, when they were trying to take our power of the entire Bharata Varsha, hardly there were few thousand people, and they don't have anything called military forces or something. So with that existing people, with the existing king supports, only they have to run all. So that's the reason they just put up. But that's where the real mess started. Okay, so that's a point. It's a very good, detailed discussion about it. Thanks, Edil. Yeah, so that's all. So can we go to the next slide in TV? Next slide, please. Yes. So this is what we have seen that. Yeah, just can you go a little, Fred? Yes, thank you. Yes. So in this, we have talked about how this whole, tribal act got created. The second point, how this basically, this all is going to, created in the, David Kaman is a person. I mean, recently, he's a UK person. He just came up and told that we wanted to have a Christian identity. So when he says, we thought there are certain countries are having a secular state or secular impressions, and if they started moving towards a Christian identity or any identity, or any Abrahamic identity or any religious identity, what happened to the Hindus there? It's going to become a question. We have seen that any places Hindus are minority. Swamiji very nicely put it. Okay, there is a territorially, actually, and factually. Okay, we say actually in outside we are minority, but in India factually we are majority, but actually we are minority. That's a separate topic altogether. But when statistically, if we are minority, and if any of the Abrahamic religions are there, we have seen what happened in Pakistan. If I'm not mistaken, it's some 13 or 15% or something like that. Now it's hardly single digit, right? 2 to 3% of Hindus are there, and that too for the statistics purpose. I really don't know what would be the status of them. But still, the international media talks about Pakistan is funding for this temple, a Hindu temple, but there's no temple where they are funding. I don't know. But this is what happened. This is what going to happen when geographically we are, our population wise, if you are minority, and if some other religions come in, this is going to be the major problem global Hindus have to awaken for. How this will come? Probably not in all places you would be facing, like what's happening in Pakistan. It may not happen because it's a statewide drawing. There is a different reasons, but in other places you will have a different set of a democratic way they'll be creating a probability. We have seen that in Malaysia. Okay, all the powers and what even not necessarily it has to be an Abrahamic religion. Even if it is a non-Hindu religion, even in Sri Lanka, we have seen this kind of divides created a lot of issues. So it's once again a narrative. That narrative just carries in the place, and this identity. You are a Hindu, you are a Manuvadi. So this is what is going to be. It's not good for as a society as a whole. This would be hanging around. It's a hanging sword for wherever you are going. So this is a trend. We have to be carefully and we have to watch very, very focusedly also. Next slide, please. NTV, next slide, please. Yes, Sindhilaya, you want to talk on this?
Still not seeing the slide here.
Yeah, it's.
But one key point. Yeah, I would just like to say but actually, since the topic we were talking about was the criminalization of the Hindu tribes, I would also say that of course there have been recorded certain few tribes have had robbery as their community business. There has been certain instances documented also. We should also accept that. But it's blown way out of proportion that we need to be aware of. That's all I wanted to conclude that topic. So coming to Manusmriti, this seems to be a very, very, very critical scripture that we have. And this seems to have been weaponized by the anti-Hindu forces against Hindus. Okay, so a lot of smear campaign has happened against Manusmriti. For example, Manusmriti is by now it's largely accepted by all the media, the public thinking process has accepted that Manusmriti is a manual for a ruling class to oppress the ruled class or the lower classes. And it also is common knowledge now, though it's wrong, but everybody thinks that Manusmriti mandates the discrimination of the lower caste by the higher caste. There is so much of misrepresentation, mistranslation, and everything, but this is how currently the public views Manusmriti as. And also Manusmriti is treated as misogynistic. So people feel that Manusmriti promotes the discrimination of women, by men. And also, especially nowadays in the Tamil-speaking, among the Tamil-speaking Hindus, Manusmriti is used as an excuse to say that beef eating, animal sacrifices are okay because Manusmriti prescribes it. Okay, so this is how currently Manusmriti is in the public mind space. This is how it is treated. This is a large portion of this is a smear campaign. A small portion of this is due to us not having addressed some of the concerns that the anti-Hindus have raised about Manusmriti.
Exactly. We will come back to the point. It's beautifully said. So this atrocity literature or campaigning of this, it's at the peak. Of course, we would have answered it better, or there has to be a right answer. But today, the situation is there. Most of even neo-Hindutva groups have started believing that whatever has been told or whatever has been injected in our academicias or even in a school level, what has been. Sometimes I feel in name of just promoting more of a Buddhism, as a whole, as academia, as a whole institution, we have been little put up in the guilty space of talking Hinduism and, rather the Manu. So that has added up the smear campaign, that's added a fuel to the smear campaign, I'll say. The next slide, please. Yes, but it's a truth. So quickly we will just go through the truth. So we'll come back with what Swamiji is saying. Manual, it is basically, it's a manual for dharmic lifestyle, and it contains cosmogeneous and anthropogeneous, different duties for men in different yugas, different duties for men and women. And there are many slogas which talks about how women are important. Okay? When you are not keeping a woman in your like a Lakshmi or like a god, your whole family will go. Then like that, I can quote many slogas on that. So it is ill-treating. I'll just tell you to one extent the debate which has happened before few months. One of the Tamil Nadu politicians have openly come and say, and he quoted some slogans also in the international conferences he was talking about. He says Manu is claiming all the women as a prostitute. This is an open word he said, and that was a human cry, and there are many people were addressing him, answering him, and all things were happening. But this is there. It's not a new one. Last 200 years, at least 100 years. He was mentioning, I am not the one newly doing. Ayodhya Das was doing. E.V. Ramaswamy was doing. So many people. He said, this all the people have come, and they were, burning Manu, and they were against Manu, and it is happening. So that is with that pretext, with that references, he was just, just saying this is the quote of it. Okay. So just I'm giving an example of how the smear campaign works. Once that is, that is the point you all have to notice. If that kind of a trigger point comes, how we are responding was honestly pathetic. Of course, it's better than the earlier time, but the entire media, the kind of impression were more supportive to the atrocity. Only the defending part, many of the Hindus are taking it away. It is not in a practice. Why are you taking it? Okay, so it's like, hey, fine, what you're saying is right. Let's put under the carpet. Let's go ahead. Okay, so whenever this topic comes, they can very smartly take up and beat up. So once and for all, this has to be clearly, it has to be told to the, get the point right, get this goal right. That is it's high time we should do that, right? So rights proportional to responsibility is a key, and so many philosophers like Nietzsche, John Teller, so many people have agreed that. They were just wondered before few thousand years, how come a person could be able to think of, as Swamiji very beautifully said, we are an enlightened society. Anybody who is thinking for an enlightenment for the society will not have a space to think how I can suppress somebody. And he cannot think that I wanted to get enlightenment for X and enlightenment for Y. No, it is not possible. Let us understand this. When the migration happens, this happens, so many changes are happening in the social economic spaces. In that, if somebody creating a structure with a space to have an enlightenment for the entire society, he cannot think of differentiating man and woman, upper class and lower class. But this is a structure for a different purpose altogether itself. This is all what I not said, but Nietzsche was good. He said very nicely that it is a text for intellectual expansions. So that's the way Nietzsche, coming and just saying that it has to be read in that context. So like that, so many philosophers. But probably you can just put them in the right side of the ideologies, whatever it is, they have given support to Manusmriti. So that is a status, that is a truth of Manusmriti. We will be listening what Swamiji say and what kind of a solution Swamiji has given it also. So as of now, to summarize what we have done, importantly today we have seen that how these narratives are generated, and it has been created as a law in the institution, whatever we know, and it has been nailed. Nailed means they are putting a dot, and we have to carry the nail. As once you have been nailed, wherever you are in India or you are in outside, if you are a Hindu, that nail you have to carry that for your lifelong. That is a nail, rather the load to Sanatana Dharma. Then we have discussed about it, how beautifully the whole mess, I can't say, sorry for the word, the beautifully, how cunningly this whole, so-called census have been done. Mess up has happened. From that, all the the classes and whatever the current issues we are facing, we have been end up in facing that. That's a starting point of it. Then we were discussed about the way in which the smears campaign is happening. And this is a truth. Next slide, please. And TV, next slide, please. Okay. So Varna is a Vedic system. Jadi is a British invention. Is a video. Can we see that? Can you please run this?
The audio was not coming in the mail room.
Yes, ma, that's what we're.
Anything you have, capacity to write, capacity to read, capacity to think, capacity to speak, capacity to exist, capacity to grow wealth, capacity to grow agricultural products, anything you have, if you share the best strategies for life, you are called Brahmana. If you share an ideology and give the security feeling to people, you are a Kshatriya. If you share a product you made out of your time and life, you are Vaishya. If you just share your time to anybody who wants to use it, you are a Shudra. Understand? Varna is not Jati. Jati is the British invention. Varna is Vedic invention. Varna is not Jati. I strongly support Varna and Ashrama Dharma. But what we call in the modern day Jati was never there. It is only Varna and Ashrama. Dharma is from Manu. Agama talks only about the Varna and Ashrama, not Jati.
Welcome, Gauri Bhartaya. So, Nithyananda. So now we are just discussing about the problems of how this whole media is creating narratives and all things we discussed, and how we're discussing about how this tribes act as created a lot of fussy around the system, and how cunningly we can call it as an anti-India forces like Dravidian, particularly Dravidian forces. That's what Sendilaya was chatting across. Like with all the so beautiful, wonderful literatures we have, and but still the atrocity literatures and the ecosystem can create a wrong image. They can create their own narrative. They can just push the horn where they want to. This is the kind of so what is next? What we can do? I mean, how we can take this forward, or where and all we can one is, as we were discussing, we all understand Mano little more better and better and better. How much we understand it more, obviously, as consciously, as spiritually, we understanding that more will get as a society as a whole, we will get a more clarity. That's one step. And from what Swamiji says, is there any solution from Kailasa perspective? You can please start that.
Yeah. So basically,
Next
recently,
slide.
yeah. Can we go back to that slide? Yeah. Yeah. So basically, the proof is in the pudding, right? So what is it that Swamiji is implementing in Kailasa, and what is it that the so-called other controversial shastras are actually say about it? Now, so basically, if you look at all the atrocity literature, right, that it is basically deliberate distortion of the shastras, and people unfortunately have become victim of their narrative instead of actually reading any of the shastras. So when we start looking at Manu, right, for example, which is probably the most controversial of all shastras, if we just, I took the effort of just pulling out a few pramanas from them. And the first one being, who is a Brahmana? If you look at the definition of Brahmana, it is very clear that it is not a birth-based system. It is purely based on your action. Like, for example, this is not exhaustive list, but a couple of things are picked up from Manu Dharma. One, he says, who is a Brahmana, right? But unfortunately, undoubtedly, sorry, a Brahmana reaches highest goal by muttering prayers only, whereas he performs other rites or neglect them. He who befriends all creatures, not just humans, is declared to be a true Brahmana. I'll read out one more pramana from Manu's, the translation. A Brahmana must seek a means of subsistence which either causes no or at least pain to others, and live by that except in times of distress. So that means Brahmana's job is to make sure that his living doesn't cause any pain to others. Where is the question of exploitation coming from here? And the pain is not just meant for other human beings, even for other animals. It is such a life-positive way of living. Now, a scripture which focuses on such a life-positive entity, how can it ever be used for exploitation? And that too by Brahmana. And if I want to place this in context, right? See, what is Manu? Manu, the Shastra, right? When we go through Manu Shastra, you see a lot of references where it talks about existing laws or existing understandings. Manu, the Dharma is not an end-to-end scripture. It is it's how I would say it's a scripture for a certain code of living, and it assumes that you already are. It already assumes a certain understanding and lifestyle. Like, for example, Manu doesn't define who a Brahmana is. It just says, okay, it's basically a manual which says, hey, Brahmana should be doing this and should not be doing this. Similarly, how a society should be organized. For you to read Manu Dharma, you have to have a basic understanding of certain principles. Like, for example, what is biomemory, what is bioenergy, all those things you have to understand before you can afford to read, interpret Manu Dharma. Unfortunately, all the translators that who have done this job don't understand it. So we should request, somebody like Swamiji, who is the proper authority to understand the background of Manu Dharma, to retranslate it for the current, context of current generation. And people have read this distorted version of Manu Dharma and they've come to their own conclusion.
Exactly.
Can you go to the next slide, please? I'll just point out one more thing. Now, what does Swamiji say about Jati Varna, right? And look at how life positive it is. Jati is given by possibility to enter into that Varna, but other Jatis are not shut or stopped from becoming one Varna or evolving into other Varna. So he's saying how fluid the Jati system is, right? And Hindu Brahmana is life enlightening, Hindu Kshatriya Varna is empowering, Hindu Vaishya Varna is enriching Hindu, and Shudra Varna is encouraging. So the roles of different Jatis are, I wouldn't use the word role, the contribution of different Jatis are very clearly listed out.
Exactly. So Swamiji, yes, of course, there are many attempts even in Hinduism to prove that it is, even though if you're from a particular Varna, the so-called fluid system was available, and we can give any number of examples from Mahabharatas to all the Kritikasas and everywhere it is given. Yeah.
So I was going through the entire Manu to try and find out, is Jati restricted, Varna restricted based on birth? You won't believe me, I couldn't find even one Pramana from Manu. Not one Pramana which says, it very clearly says, if you want to become a Brahmana, you're supposed to do this. If you want to become Kshatriya, you're supposed to do this. It nowhere says your father is a Brahmana, so you're a Brahmana. And Manu spends a lot of time trying to discuss about marriage and everything, because if you're, and it is again, Manu Dharma is meant only for householders. It doesn't cover sannyasis that much. Maybe I could be wrong, but I couldn't find anything much. It is very limited from sannyasi point of view. So for a householder, what is the primary responsibility? Get educated and get married. So he covers only, he covers those portions a lot. And of course, there are other portions where he covers. But even when you're getting married, he puts in all the precautions. If you want to lead a Brahmana lifestyle, what kind of spouse you're supposed to have? Otherwise, you'll mess up the whole Brahmana lifestyle. Similarly, when you want to live a Kshatriya lifestyle, what kind of spouse you're supposed to have? Like a simple thing, right? What is a Brahmana? A person who is spending his entire life for others, right? Or others, evolving other teams or other beings. Now, if your spouse is not going to cooperate in that lifestyle, there is not much you can do as a Brahmana. So you cannot exist as a Brahmana.
Exactly. Yes. Next slides. I think whatever you are saying is coming in the next slide. I think, yes, it is there. Actually, you can go.
Yeah.
This is what Swamiji says and Varna Ashrama. Yes.
Yeah. So here he talks about basically how. Just let me read this out. We can discuss about this. This is what Swamiji has quoted in Varna Satsang on January 22nd, 2015. It is the modern civilization which is really caste-oriented. The moment you put low value for shoes and high value for education, you have already made a difference between Brahmana and Shudra. There was never valuation between shoes and knowledge. The man who produces shoes produces in large quantities and makes it available to his community. The man who makes knowledge makes it available to everyone. Don't ever spread the lie that Shudras were not allowed, did not have access to education. No. From the same satsang, there is one more I'd like to read out. Understand the valuation of the products produced by the community started the difference up and down of the community. And the teacher always has a right to work with a selected few disciples to produce masterpieces. So what Swamiji here is saying is, you never exchanged goods for knowledge. There was no valuation, like you could not exchange knowledge for other things. So because there was no valuation, there was no concept of placing one over the other. It's only the modern day of converting everything into money which has caused this problem. Like the idea was to always produce something in an enormous amount of surplus. So knowledge was never, because it was never valued, you always produced in surplus. Today, what is happening? Because there is so much of valuation given to knowledge, you're creating an artificial shortage. And you're forcing people to go into debt because knowledge is so valuable that you can exploit people by making money out of it, right? Like students going into student debt, right? Just to get educated, and they spend their entire life. That fundamental concept, like forcing a student to go into debt, that is your caste system, if you ask me, not the caste system where you are creating the knowledge for free.
Yes, a second. You can go to the next slide. Yeah.
Can we go to the next slide, please? So anyway, so while they go to the next slide, so if you look at Manu also, Manu very clearly defines how the knowledge is supposed to be valued, right? He says you cannot charge money for knowledge, and he also gives the responsibility who is supposed to finance the knowledge. Like, for example, a student can never, as a student, he can never ask parents to finance his knowledge. He can never ask his parents' relatives to finance his knowledge.
Actually, can I add something to that point, Aya?
Yes, I am.
Yeah. So I also noticed that theme, whatever Aya just mentioned in Manusmriti, which closely aligns with what Swamiji frequently says, right? Knowledge is free. No, Swamiji always says that it can never be charged, right? You cannot charge a money for that. So Manusmriti very clearly emphasizes that point also. It clearly says that, in fact, you should not be learning anything from anyone who is charging a fee for that. That is very explicitly mentioned in Manusmriti also. You cannot. In fact, the student's responsibility is to not pay. And even if the student wants to give a gift to the teacher, he can only do so with the permission of the teacher, actually. And that too, the teacher will say that, okay, now you are qualified. I've actually taught you, I've actually trained you to my satisfaction. So since I've trained you to my satisfaction, now you can give me gifts. Okay. And even there are severe restrictions on what you can give as a gift to the guru. Restrictions means there are regulations, rather. That's the right word. So, and also as Swamiji frequently says, the more responsibilities you take, so then you become a Brahmana, right? So the responsibility scale kind of becomes the way you are placed.
Yeah, it's a beautiful point. You brought it. I'm just jumping into, indicate a couple of things. This exactly Swamiji has done. When he identified in the script that kids should be given free education, or they should not be charged for it. We know that whatever the Gurukul is running, we are all just completely running with only a donation base. There is no money has been charged for it. Second is, even as you say, like the experience first, then the dakshina has to be given from the space of Tyaga. So even if you noticed our programs, PMS or whatever the sevas we are trying to do, or we are just offering, that is all basically after that experience, it will be taken as a dakshina. Okay, now I'm just wondering, the Manu is a kind of a person who, of course, in that time the situation was so there, imagine we have 4 ashrama like Brahmacharya, Grihastha. So Brahmacharya, the major load is basically an education. If somewhere society can take care of that load in a cosmically a spiritual way. By the way, now what's happening? If I wanted to do a research, somebody can bribe me directly or indirectly. I can be hired. If I'm a good brain, I will not have a freedom for my brain. The ethicness of universities, ethicness of research are highly, I won't call it as a capitalized, but somewhat it is basically commercialized. So this has been viewed already, expected futuristic view was there. So the learning process, that ashrama, that particular ashrama, it is the society job to give the funding. Even in the funding, there are the highest rules are being followed, so that not any other ashrama or any other particular sect exploit that across. Okay, so this is what I could be able to see. The subtleness of it. Today, what's happening? Government takes and private takes. Okay, government is indirectly, you can call it as a people. If the mass of the people, mass of the tax, they just come and take it. And there are, in that cream, obviously has been, I won't say once again manipulate, it's not a right word, but once again it's been confoxed by the capitalistic or corporate environment. So what is finally happening? Where the society is just creating the next generation of human resources with a high intellectual powers, where they go, how they contribute, the whole cycle get disturbed. It's a very simplest thing. You're not supposed to collect money, and where to beg and how to beg, rather, who chooses. And, we were discussing about it from the kids' relative. They are not supposed to go there and ask money. It's a very, very, very subtle and subtle level the thought process has gone, so that X group or any of the ashrama or any of the jadis are not so-called getting into the manipulation stage. So it's that's a point I wanted to say. Yeah, please continue, Sandile.
Yes, yeah. So, and as Akileya was elaborating on this Varnashrama Dharma and everything, so we also see that the Manusmriti, since we are on the topic, the large portion of Manusmriti, actually a greater weightage is given to Brahmanas only. Actually, people who think that Manusmriti is a manual for discriminating against Shudras should understand that a large portion of Manusmriti is actually for Brahmanas. A little bit of portion is for Kshatriyas, even lesser portion for Vaishyas, even lesser portion for Shudras. That's how Manusmriti looks on the overall. And we see that the more responsible a group of people are, like the Brahmanas, the more regulations are enforced on them also. Like, for example, there are extreme regulations for the Brahmanas. Nobody talks about this in the public. Like, for example, from the moment a Brahmana wakes up in the morning to the moment he can go to sleep, there are extreme regulations for a Brahmana. Like what he has to do as soon as he wakes up, how he has to clean himself, what he has to do right after cleaning himself, and what to eat, what kind of a staff to hold, what kind of clothing and ornaments, everything as per Shastras. So that's how the Brahmana lives. And since he is living such a regulated life for the sake of spreading consciousness, like as Swamiji says, how Brahmana's role is to spread enlightenment, like how Kshatriya's role is to spread empowerment, right? So since he is living such a regulated life, and since the Brahmana is spreading consciousness and knowledge, he enjoys the most rights. That's how it translates to. So if anyone who's willing to go through that rigorous regulations will actually be able to get the same rights as a Brahmana. It's not like I'll be completely irresponsible, but still I want the respect that a Brahmana commands. That doesn't happen, right? So that is the key thing here. Shudras are given so much of liberty actually. In Manusmriti, if you see, they are given so much of freedom to do things that they want. And in fact, Manusmriti says, for a person to be treated as a virtuous Brahmana, the qualifications is extreme, But for a Shudra to be treated as a virtuous person, all he has to do is live a healthy, long life. Really, if he lives a healthy, long life, if he gets into his 90s, he is treated as a virtuous Shudra. You cannot, you have to treat him with so much of respect and honor. But if for you to get treated as a virtuous Brahmana, you wouldn't believe the kind of rules that are out there. So responsibility.
So the scale, the scale of the responsibility decides, what kind of the respect they were getting it from society. Right? I mean, yeah. So can we NTV, can we go to the next slide? There is a video is there. Can you run on? So whatever the concept we talked about, Swamiji is talking on Vedic social system. Please run.
Our Vedic social system was developed to help a man to move from Katavasha to Chidakasha, Chidakasha to Mahakasha. Understand? Man who shares his time, he has got nothing else, he has got only his time. Who shares his time is a worker. Man who has got little intelligence, creates few products with his time and shares those products with others, is a Vaishya. Man who shares confidence is a Kshatriya. Man who shares the enlightenment, knowledge is a Brahmana. Whenever you share, you move from Katakasha to Chidakasha. Sharing time, sharing product, sharing confidence, sharing intelligence. The whole Vedic social system was based on this sharing. Whenever you share, naturally you will be adding friendliness. Without friendliness, you can't share. That is why in those days, it was not done as a business. Even if you don't learn from the Vedic Pandit, you have to give his share. Even if you don't go to the doctor, you have to pay his share. Because it was not a business, it was sharing. Everybody shares what they have. There is no question of charging. There was no bill or money or exchange happened based on quantity. Quantity of service received was not considered. It was purely based on the relationship, friendliness, sharing. The Vedic system, Vedic lifestyle was based on sharing, so that human beings will start moving from Chidakasha, moving from Katakasha to Chidakasha. From Chidakasha, through meditation, they will move to Mahakasha. Service was a path to enlightenment. Service is a path to enlightenment if you do it with friendliness, with a deep friendliness, not out of ego. I have seen people, they will sponsor one tube light to one temple. On the tube light, so many names in the black paint. Ramanathan son Somanathan donated this tube light to this temple in memory of his mother Valliyammal on this day in black paint. Put the switch on, you will see only the black lines on the wall. Like they are mine. Anything done with a friendliness brings you out of Katakasha to Chidakasha.
So about how Swamiji has suggested how the cross-link of this Varna, Jati and Brahmacharya, this Varnashma Dharma can exist, how the completely a fluid system was happening and how it was a part of enlightenment. I am waiting for one more guest to come and join and talk about it. But yeah, can I ask NTB to go a little down so that Kilaya can just start the next slides? Now that's it. Slide number 30. 30 is the slide number. Can you just go to 30?
Okay. So if you look at this, I hope everyone can see this slide. So if you look at this slide, I have taken Manu Dharma and I have looked at what the current system is, and then I have looked at what Swamiji has instructed the Kailasa to follow. This is we're doing a case study on how university is supposed to be organized from purely, I'm taking a very limited set of how it should charge fees and how it should intake students. Now, if you look at the, I'm just going to read out first. Now, what is the classification of university, right? According to Manu Dharma, it is a Brahmana Varna's responsibility. Now, in the current system, it is a responsibility of both Brahmana and Vaishya. There is no clear demarcation. And the last part is in Kailasa, whose responsibility is the university? It will be the Brahmana's responsibility. Now, why I said Vaishya and Brahmana are responsible for current universities? Because today universities are tied to money making, right? So they're supposed to make a profit out of universities. They're supposed to charge a fee for university. It is treated like a product or a service. And it is not just me saying, the universities themselves say about it. That is why it is fixed into a Vaishya Varna and a Brahmana's Varna responsibility. Now, the first line item, can the fees be charged before imparting education? According to Manu, no. In the current system, yes, you cannot get into universities without paying a fee first. And in Kailasa, no, obviously. Is fee mandatory? According to Manu, no. According to current system, yes, I put in a star there because there are certain universities where they don't charge fees, but it is a minority. It is not the overwhelming, I would say 90% of them you have to pay fee, if not more. And in Kailasa, no. Is fee dependent on the student's economic condition? In Manu, absolutely yes. In current system, not really. They might give you scholarships and all of those things, but the fee doesn't change if your economic condition, irrespective of economic condition. Like, for example, if you go to any university, they say this is the fee, that's it. They might have different criteria for charging a fee, but the fee is the same depending on who you are. Then in Kailasa, obviously, yes, if the fee is dependent on your economic condition, your background. Is the research, I mean, what about patent research? So do universities patent any research that they produce? In Manu Dharma, absolute no. In current system, yes. In fact, there is a requirement for professors to do patent for them to stay in the university. And in Kailasa, obviously, there is no patent. Can Kshatriyas, that is the governments, politicians, etc., the managers of the state, people who run the state or the governments of the state, do they have a say in education? In Manu Dharma, no. In current system, yes. And in Kailasa, no. In Manu Dharma, it is very clearly mentioned, gurus are supposed to educate students so that they can go and run the state. It is not the state who is asking gurus or teachers or acharyas to train the students for their purpose. The causality is very clear. It is gurus or teachers who produce people to run the state. Do parents and relatives pay for food, clothes, shelter for children during education? In Manu, they says no. In fact, they prohibit parents from financing their kids' education. We get into that reason why this is an important clause. And the current system, yes, the parents are the only ones who are paying for their kids' education, or you go to your relatives. Some strangers will not go and pay your education in the current system. In Kailasa, obviously, there is no question of it that arises. And is non-economic criteria for admission? That means, is there any other criteria apart from economics which is responsible for your education, which is considered during education? In Manu, yes. In current system, yes, to a great degree, but not the only criteria. And in Kailasa, obviously, yes. So what I mean is, like, for example, depending on certain qualifications, depending on certain conditions, you are given admission into particular program. That is what I mean by non-economic criteria. Students, so for example, let's say if you want to become a doctor, you might have all the capabilities of becoming a doctor today, but if you don't have a way of financing it today, you cannot become a doctor. So in today's system, you need to have both of them. You need to have economic qualification as well as non-economic qualification. Whereas in the Manu system or in Kailasa system, all that matters is, do you have the qualification? Your finances don't play any role. Students from all socio-economic background have the same living standards while studying. According to Manu, yes. According to current system, no. Because if you're a rich person, you live in a certain way. Even if you're while studying, if you're a poor person, you live in a certain way. And in Kailasa, obviously, yes. In both in Manu and Kailasa system, the food that you eat, the clothes that you wear, is the same for all the students. And the way you sleep, where you do everything, your day, morning till evening, from you get up till you sleep, and even during sleep, it's the same standard for everyone. It doesn't matter whether you are rich or poor. Can non-righteous become donors for supporting education? In Manu, it is very clearly mentioned that people of certain quality or character can never finance the education. And in current system, it doesn't matter. We have seen so many stories where all the corrupt beings have been funding education, and nobody even blinks an eye about it.
Correct. It's not. Yeah. I just add up this point. It's a very important point. The virtue of money, like what comes in, from whom we are taking money and who is funding. I mean, I'm sure the concept of karmas come over here. So Manu is very clear from where the money comes from, and very unfortunately, right now it's not that we are taking money from non-righteous person or non-ethical person. It is about they run institution. Like particularly Tamil Nadu, you take. I mean, I'm sure Senthil can just share his experience. I'm sure at least 60-70% of the engineering colleges are run by proxy politician and who is running a liquor shop. Right? I mean,
exactly.
when it was open in 80s, when they opened up, the first set of all this all liquor barons who has just started the big institute, and for them it's a simple open business. But so that's a karma. I don't know we are facing it or not. I mean, that is a state. So it's so subtle. It's very clear who has to fund.
It's not even subtle. Yeah, it is very explicit. Like in Manu's, if you look at Shastra, Manu Rishi might be getting a shock of his life that a person who is selling meat and alcohol is also running an education institution.
Exactly.
I don't think he would have even thought. See, in fact, Manu says you should go hungry but never beg from a non-righteous person for the sake of education. You can beg for other things, but for education, you cannot go. If necessary, go to your parents or go to your relatives, but never go to a person who is non-righteous, or go to another village to beg, or even go hungry. It doesn't matter. But you cannot take money from those beings.
So sharp on, who all we have been bound to, wherever you are taking from, you have to give it back. So directly or indirectly, you owe them, you oblige them in action wise as well as the karma wise. So that has been taken. Meanwhile, just the topic is going very nicely. I wanted to take a little deviation. Premadma Swami, we are talking about a Manu. So in that, we discussed about like how the tribal act was there and how the manipulation happened, how the narrative stories are wrong, and beautifully now. I mean, like this, we will be doing it every week. This week, we have gone little detail on one aspect of Manu, one dimension of what he thinks about an education. One more topic, very interesting, and we seen that in how wrongly Manu has projected, or he's been beaten a lot for the not a right treatment. I won't call it as mistreatment, not a right treatment for women. So, what do you think? I mean, I'm sure how Swamiji given importance to women's, female body in ashram. You wanted to share anything on that, friend? I know. Just glimpse we will get it. We will take up this topic detail in the next discussion. But just I'm a little excited to know about it because everywhere people are talking about, Sanatana Dharma is not followed, and even as exactly I'm just trying to say, some of the new Hindutva thoughts also, the freedom is important. Most of the new Hindutva people strongly believe that there is no equality for women in the Manu Dharma. I'm just sure this has been quoted by many of the Hindu school thoughts. Very clearly, it's been told that. So, I mean, of course, there are some other things. If you take in a context, we understand that he was talking about the characteristics of women, like how the same way he also told when there are certain places, women would be weak, and there are certain places man also would be weak. So how he has to be protected? He just saw a woman as a social, as Gauri Aya was talking very nicely. He is talking about a grahastha, so he only just focus on that area, in that sphere, woman, how it has to be protected. Is it what he was talking about it? So as usually, very casually has been misinterpreted. So Prematma Swami just throw some light how Swamiji is really answering them. Instead of we talk verbally, how Swamiji is making this happen. Share your thought on this.
Yes, yeah, thank you. Actually, there's a whole lot we can say about how Swamiji is empowering women, and uh, there's a whole lot deal I can share about that. But just before going into that, just this topic about who you receive the money from definitely matters, right? I just wanted to just add on one point on that. Swamiji always refers to the Mahabharata, the story of Bhishma, where Bhishma was questioned at the deathbed, but he is laying on the bed of arrows. At the time, they ask, how did you, Bhishma, why you did not do anything when Draupadi was, dishonored? Why you did not do something about it? You're a man of righteousness. Why you did not act and stop that from happening? At the time, he says, I ate from the hands of Duryodhana for years. That is what was in my blood, and that is why I had acted that way. Now, with your arrows, with Arjuna's arrows, all that blood is gone. So now I am realizing what I have done. So that is how important it is, like from who you're receiving food, who you're receiving money, it is so important. In the same way, when Swamiji says, like when we are, like all of us, are taken care and fed by Swamiji, by an incarnation himself, all the good qualities and all the wonderful things come to us. So it is very, very important point, Aya, what you're referring about, from whom you receive, whether it is money or food, it really matters. So just wanted to add on that. And coming to this uh, question about women's rights, or how Kailasa is empowering women, right? It is such a false narrative. First of all, it has been created that Hinduism does not empower women. I mean, the only religion which is worshipping women is God, the mother energy, as even more powerful than, Swamiji himself says he is a Shakta. And he himself says that, only Devi, Parashakti can give enlightenment. Ultimately, it is Devi's grace that has to give enlightenment. It is such a beautiful position that women goddess have in Hinduism. So first of all, this whole thing about having Hinduism having not empowering women, or keeping women a slave, or not giving equal rights, is just a false narrative created in the first place, just another mean to attack Hinduism. That is one thing. But with respect to Kailasa, we can clearly see how Swamiji has empowered women for, like, each one has to do their dharma for the purpose of what individual soul, the purpose of it, whether it is enlightenment, whether it is sannyas. Swamiji is supporting that for each individual, whether it is male or female. If that being has taken birth for the purpose of enlightenment, if that being has taken for the purpose of sannyas, it does not matter. He is honoring that being's life's purpose and supporting. So we can see from the level of sannyas, I mean, of all the sampradayas around, we can see Swamiji is very strongly supporting for women sannyas and initiated women sannyasis. That is one thing. And secondly, with respect to the administration, we can see in our Kailasa, most of the administration roles, women are there. Women are empowered. It does not matter whether it is man or woman. As Akilaya was pointing out, the Brahmana quality, wherever it is there, whether it is male or female, that is empowered. That is what is given importance. And even there is not even a question of equal rights. It is, each being is unique, and that being is honored and given that value, whether you are a male or a female. So this whole question of how the society sees as equal rights and feminism, it is just wrong ideas, just to in a mode of anger and frustration and fighting with equal rights. There is no need to fight for equal rights. We are not equal, we are unique. Men are unique and women are unique, and that is what Swamiji is teaching us and empowering us. And never to go for fight with equal rights in any way, because clearly he in whether it is comparison of male or female, or whether it is within one person to another person, teaching that dharma,
Perfect.
that righteousness, that you're unique and you are unique for
Exactly.
yourself, you are Paramashiva. So yes, I think there's a lot more to
Super.
share, but,
No, excellent. This is Sindhil. We were discussing about this point, Ma. We were just wondering why this whole Dravidian gang or other people are not understanding Mano. That we understand, even we ourselves taking a long time to understand or getting digest. The point I'm picking up from you is, today, just 1 second, our whole humanity are at the human conscious level, still we are in the gender base, how woman has been given. But I'm sure Manu is in such a high space. He talks for the being. He is not taught for a Brahman Sutra or something. He talks for a responsibility. He talks only for a being level. So Manadharma is a text is written from the being level text. It's not an doing level or a grass level text. It is for a being level text, and he was expecting the ultimate aim of the whole society is to be enlightened or getting into a being level. So that's a beautiful sharing, Ma. Thank you so much for it. I'll take quickly from Shraddhananda. He is here to just give us a glimpse that the slide number 29 NTV. Can you please just show the slide number 21? This is a slide Shraddhananda has, he constructed it. It's exactly what Swamiji said. In one of the sessions, Swamiji beautifully said there is nothing like, there is a rigid system. It's a beautifully flowing system. The Hinduism is a flowing systems between Jati, Varna, and all the ashramas. So if anyone just having a look at this chart, you will clearly understand what is a permutation combination or the richness this society can or Sanatana Dharma can offer to you. Yeah, please, you can start. Slide number 29, quickly, please. Yeah, no, just let's wait for some.
While the slide is being projected, I just wanted to add one explanation on one quick point. Do parents and relatives pay for food, clothes, and shelter for during children's education? Right? Why is it that there is such a insistence on even parents and relatives not financing the education? Right? So the purpose of the education is to break free from your patterns, right? So the patterns that you have inherited from your parents, now if they continue to finance, you are getting bound by them. So the whole idea of education is to break your bondages. To that level, it has been handled at the Manodharma.
Actually, yes. Sorry, Akilaya, you're right, Shraddhananda. We need to, we can continue this beautiful discussion probably in the next week, and we can close and get ready to receive Swamiji. So let us please come to the space of just silence and restful awareness. Let's bring our hands together. Let's close our eyes and chant the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Senthilaya, yes, you can drop off. Avimuktaya? Yes, all of us can drop off. Thank you so much.
Okay, ma. Thank you, ma.
Thank
Nithyanandam.
you. Nithyanandam.
Thank you, Nithyananda.
Aya?
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Connecting with the divine with your eyes closed is meditation. Connecting with the divine with your eyes open is darshan. Come, let us all now move from meditation to darshan. Slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes.
நினைவெல்லாம் நித்யானந்தம், நினைவெல்லாம் நித்யானந்தம், நித்யா நினைவெல்லாம் நித்யானந்தம். உன்னை எண்ணிடும் போதெல்லாம் பேரானந்தம், எண்ணிடும் போதெல்லாம் பேரானந்தம். நித்யானந்தா 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 நித்யானந்தா, நினைவெல்லாம் நித்யானந்தம். தாங்கிடும் தாயாகி வந்தாய் ஐயா, தானெனும் அகங்காரம் துடைத்தாய் ஐயா. நித்யனந்தனே நித்யானந்தா, சத்யவேந்தனே நித்யானந்தா, நித்யனந்தனே நித்யானந்தா, சத்யவேந்தனே நித்யானந்தா. தாங்கிடும் தாயாகி வந்தாய் ஐயா, தானெனும் அகங்காரம் துடைத்தாய் ஐயா. எங்கிடும் உயிர்க்கெல்லாம் இதம் தரும் தூயவனே, எங்கிடும் உயிர்க்கெல்லாம் இதம் தரும் தூயவனே. உங்கிடும் நலம் கூட்ட வந்தாய் ஐயா, நல்ல ஒளிதனை வாழ்க்கையிலே தந்தாய் ஐயா. நித்யனந்தனே நித்யானந்தா, சத்யவேந்தனே நித்யானந்தா, நித்யனந்தனே நித்யானந்தா, சத்யவேந்தனே நித்யானந்தா. நினைவெல்லாம் நித்யானந்தம், நித்யா நினைவெல்லாம் நித்யானந்தம். தவறேதும் நான் செய்யும் போதினிலே, தந்தை போல் தடுத்தாளும் உனதருளே. நித்யனந்தனே நித்யானந்தா, சத்யவேந்தனே நித்யானந்தா, நித்யனந்தனே நித்யானந்தா, சத்யவேந்தனே நித்யானந்தா. தவறேதும் நான் செய்யும் போதினிலே, தந்தை போல் தடுத்தாளும் உனதருளே. கவலைகள் எமக்கில்லை, காப்பது நின் கடனே. கவலைகள் எமக்கில்லை, காப்பதும் நின் கடனே. பவவினை உமை கண்டு ஓடும்.
नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिवसमारम्भा नित्यानन्देश्वरि पराशक्तिमध्यमा अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्तां वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. all the living, practicing Hindus from all over the world. I welcome all of you with my love and respect. Paramashiva's message directly from Kailasa. Understand that today's message, this principle is immediately enlightening and power manifesting. This principle will make you enlightened, power manifest immediately, now. Understand? I'll repeat. Just if you sit and listen deeply and ferociously cognize these principles, you will become enlightened immediately. My blessings to all the devotees from China. Happy Chinese New Year. My blessings to the whole China and the Chinese world. Happy Chinese New Year. My blessings. Listen to these principles, these powerful cognitions. It can enlighten you now. It can make you manifest powers now. Simple understanding about the parasites, the way it exists, manifests, triggers in your muscle memory, biomemory, bioenergy will liberate you from all addictions in all levels and make you manifest powers and enlightenment. I will explain these three words first. Muscle memory, biomemory, bioenergy. Even though I have spoken about these three words elaborately in many satsangs, I will repeat it for the sake of the newcomers. Listen. All your day-to-day habits, like morning you wake up and do yoga, or sip a cup of coffee, and the kind of food you eat, all your behaviors, habits, actions forms your muscle memory. Your muscles keep the memory of all your actions. Good or bad, right or wrong. If you create right muscle memories, it helps you to manifest beautiful right life. If you build wrong muscle memories, it makes you manifest bad life. End of the day, your life you are living is just an expression of the muscle memories you built. Second word, biomemory. Biomemory is all the opinions, ideas, cognitions, powerful conclusions you arrive about yourself and your life, God, people, about everything. The conclusions you carry, powerful conclusions you carry, powerful cognitions you carry is called biomemory.
how you believe yourself, what kind of idea you carry about yourself, and how it is impacted by others' belief about you. How others treat you and how that impacts you. I also want all of you to know, it is not necessary how others treat you need to impact how you believe yourself. It is not at all necessary. Good or bad, both ways. You don't need to feel good if somebody treats you good. You don't need to feel bad if somebody treats you bad. The others treating you, the way others treat you, you do not need to be impacted by it. Understand that. The next thing. Listen carefully. All your opinions, ideas, cognitions, powerful conclusions about you, about others, about Guru, about God, about world, about universe, all these put together is biomemory. The third word, bioenergy. The consciousness which is manifesting in your body, its experience about itself, its experience about itself is called bioenergy. How? Due to the continuous impact of your biomemory and muscle memory, your experience about you, how your consciousness experiences itself, how you feel about you, your core, due to the total impact of your muscle memory and biomemory, that is called bioenergy. Actually, the bioenergy only takes multiple births. From this body, when you move to the next body, your bioenergy only is carried. That is the core software coding of your existence is your bioenergy. Understand these three words: muscle memory, biomemory, bioenergy. Muscle memory is the memory of all your day-to-day habits, lifestyle. The food you like, or the everything. Everything based on your actions is muscle memory. Every belief you carry, the powerful cognitions, powerful conclusions you carry, powerful cognitions you carry, everything, that is biomemory. And the core of you, the I in you, how it experiences itself due to the continuous impact of muscle memory and biomemory on you, that is called bioenergy. Now, listen to the important truth. In all three levels, your muscle memory level, biomemory level, bioenergy level, in all these three levels, there are parasites in you. Parasite means which does not have its own independent life, but it gets empowered, comes alive by the nearness or the existence sitting on you willingly or unwillingly. Whether you like it or not, it catches, it sits in you and gets empowered. That's what I call parasites. We can give multiple examples for parasites. All of you know medically the parasites sitting in the stomach and the skin, scalp. Your muscle memories have parasites. The parasites sitting in your muscle memory is responsible for all your addictions and tiredness. Understand? These parasites can just trigger you. It can trigger the muscle memory of certain food or certain drug, alcohol, smoking, marijuana. It can trigger any of those memories and force you to consume them again. Whether it is addictions related to eating, drugs, sex, pornography, or any type of addictions, are because of the parasites sitting in your muscle memory. I tell you, simplest, easiest, most beautiful way of cleansing the parasites from your muscle memory is Haritaki. Don't underestimate the power of Haritaki and Triphala. Sukku Melage Tippili, Haritaki, Ashwagandha. These are all not just stomach cleansing. It cleanses the parasites sitting inside your muscle memory, triggering you to get addicted to certain food or behavior or certain habits. I tell you, do not equate Haritaki for laxatives. People tell me, oh, Swamiji is telling me to take Haritaki to cleanse my stomach and relieve me from this indigestion problems or constipation problems. So I can just take any laxative. No. No laxative can flush out your muscle memory from all the parasites sitting in the muscle memory. I can give you 100 examples. If you take ordinary laxatives, the chemical-based pharmaceutical company laxatives, you may have constipation cleared. You may have your stomach cleansed. But if you take Haritaki, not only your constipation will be cleansed, you will be healed. All the parasites sitting inside you and triggering the addiction memories, you being forcibly made to drink alcohol, made to smoke marijuana, made to eat non-vegetarian food, all those parasites which are sitting inside you and driving you, triggering you, forcing you to abuse yourself, destroy yourself, those parasites leave your system. You get detoxed from those parasites. That is why I am telling you, anyone who takes Haritaki, triple assurance, addictions will disappear. Due to the lifestyle, you collect many addictive patterns and empower them with your parasites. And those parasites nicely getting empowered, sitting inside you, literally not just rule your life, ruin your life. Haritaki is the most beautiful way to get rid of. Multiple parasites sitting in your muscle memory. I can give you lots of examples. If you are married, you know backseat driving. How your spouse sits in the back seat and drives you. Same way, the parasites sit inside your stomach and drives you. It drives you crazy. I don't need to tell that. You know it. Almost all physical disorders and diseases are due to the parasites sitting inside your muscle memory. Detoxing your muscle memory literally transforms your life to royal life. If you want to become king, all you need is take Haritaki and Triple Ashurana every day. Because you will not be addicted to any self-destructive behaviors. See, I am telling you not to drink alcohol, not to eat non-veg. Not because somebody who is running an alcohol company, alcohol production company, has attacked me, or somebody, the meat sellers, have attacked me. No, there is no personal vengeance, or there is no personal anger. Alcohol and non-veg are self-destructive lifestyle and habits. That's all. I am just extremely life positive, pro-life, and I want you to get enlightened. That's it. I am extremely life positive, pro-life. I just want you to get enlightened. That's it. Nothing else. Nothing else. Simple, sheer, straightforward truth. So listen, detoxing your muscle memories. There are multiple methods to detox muscle memories. Everyday intense yoga and everyday intense yoga can completely detox you, detox your muscle memories. Maybe in further satsangs I'll give you many methodologies, but the most powerful methodology is just realizing it is the parasites, somebody else eating your life and destroying your life, ruining your life, ruling your life from inside you is ruining you. These parasites rule you from inside you and ruin you. Even if you realize it, you will get rid of many of these parasites. Just picking up a memory about the smoking and immediately smoking is not cute. Just having a memory about non-veg food and immediately picking up the phone and ordering and getting it and eating is not cute. That is not royal. You eat the shit of the animal is royal. Come on. Be logical. What is royal? Living the life, positive, empowered life is royal. Not that your parasites will sit inside you and rule you and ruin you and make you believe that you are living a royal life. Actually, one of my brahmacharini, when we were going in caravan, in those days when I was living in India, I used to go in caravan and all these, my kids, boys and girls, Gurukul kids, all of them will be sitting with me, and that used to be a fun time for them, where they'll be laughing, joking, teasing. One of my kids asked me, Swamiji, can you get ice cream for all of us? I said, as a father, I won't say no. Get the ice cream and eat. But as a guru, I will not say yes. Because this habit of small things triggering and those parasites triggering you and you fulfilling them, when you start feeling this as a cute and freedom, that is what is the life, you are gone. I tell you, I said as a father I won't say no, but as guru I will not say yes. Do not feel cute about parasites triggering your muscle memory and you acting as the parasites are pushing you. No. Once your parasites feel empowered, you are going to do what they trigger in you. They move their ground, they go deeper into you from your muscle memory to biomemory. They get deeply rooted, they get grounded into your belief about you, into your memory about you. They grow roots from your muscle memory to biomemory. Listen, the parasites grown in biomemory level are that suicidal tendencies. You are ready even to die, but not ready to come out of many of your delusions and beliefs. I have seen people, they are ready to die, but they don't want to get out of their frustration, their anger, their vengeance. See this. Multiple examples I can give you. In Mahabharata, the Bhishma's enemy, Drishtadyumna's sister, Shikandi, she is actually Napumsaka. She takes birth again just to kill Bhishma. Means, even after death, she is not ready to give up her anger. Understand? When the parasites sit in your biomemory level, they become part of your very cognition about you. The very cognition about you, that is the most dangerous. That's the most dangerous. I can give you many examples how parasites get into your biomemory level. Frustration, anger, violence, boredom, all these are parasites sitting in your biomemory. See, why you feel anger? Because you have certain conclusions about you and about others, about world. When those conclusions are triggered by these parasites, something crisscrosses by these parasites. It triggers you so much and makes you react. You just destroy everything around you and your life. I have seen multiple people who commit suicide. Once they put the fire on themselves or once they drink the poison, when they are about to die, if they are initiated, naturally they will be connected to me and I will be attending to them. See, if you are initiated and you never abused me, I have to appear when you leave the body. It is neither in your freedom nor in my freedom. It is like a automated. I have to tell, oh, let me die, what is there, let me die. Stupid, it's not that you come to that conclusion. It is just cheating you. You are not telling, let me die. Your parasite is telling. Actually, when death comes, you won't be able to handle it. Many times people tell me, oh, come what may, let me face it. But when it comes, you won't be able to face it. Come what may, I'll face it. But when it comes, actually, you won't be able to face it. You won't be able to handle it. That is why I am telling, never ever contemplate about suicide. Don't ever contemplate about suicide. All life negative attitudes and aptitudes and tendencies, powerful conclusions, cognitions are the parasites sitting inside your biomemory. Let me repeat. All life negative attitudes, aptitudes, tendencies, powerful conclusions, powerful cognitions are the parasites sitting inside your biomemory. The parasites inside your biomemory triggers them. The most beautiful way of working and detoxing your biomemory is 1200 long breath every day. 1200 long breath and working on your sexual identity. If your sexual identity becomes life positive, maybe in further satsangs I will give you deep insights how your anger shrinks you from your sexual identity. All gender bias, people who are homophobic or any phobia you carry related to sexuality is parasites sitting in your biomemory, and that is life negative. When I see a hill, when I see a tree, when I see sea, ocean, I feel exactly how I feel when I see each one of you. The most sweetest feeling I feel when I see each one of you. I understand, each one of you. I have such a sweet feeling for each one of you. I can name each one of you. How much of sweet feeling I have about each one of you. 2 days before, 48 hours before, I was screaming at Tushi, Canada. Head up, Tushi. I was not able to handle myself that I screamed at her. Within 24 hours, I called her again to explain that intense love of Krishna Bhava Darshana was so much. I could not just keep quiet. I called immediately after the Krishna Bhava Darshan and tried to heal her. Because about each one of you, I have such a sweet space. I can put a long list. There are some people with whom I don't even talk or relate. For example, Hyderabad, Gupta Kashi. I don't talk to her. Rarely Pada Puja, Dayal Devatar calls, maybe I'll talk to her. But I have such an amazing space for her. Many of the kids, Skandamata, it's not that I talk to Skandamata. I only see her photographs. But when I see her photographs, how I feel, simply she knows. She feels that same thing at the same moment. That's exactly the way she feels when she sees my photograph. Understand? Whatever you feel seeing my photograph is the way I feel seeing you or remembering you. Even if I don't talk to you, what I carry about you, you experience seeing me. Skandamata won't understand my words, but she understands me. So I don't talk to her. But she knows me, I know her. What we both feel about each other, carry about each other. Understand how sweet, intense, intimate, life positive experience I carry about each one of you inside me. Exactly the same I carry with the hills, ocean, rivers, everything I see, trees. That is why I don't feel anything is gender. Anything as any gender. In the energy darshan, when I hug you, how you feel about me, I feel about you. The same thing, when I hug our Kalpavriksha banyan tree, the tree feels about me and I feel about the tree. I don't know how many of you have seen me hugging our Kalpavriksha, Biddi banyan tree. It's a scene to be seen, whether the way I hug Biddi banyan tree or the way I touch the ground of Arunachala hill. That's the moment I hug Arunachala. Whenever I enter into Thiruvannamalai, I will first bend and touch Arunachala. If you have seen those moments, you know what I am talking. Or when I get into Ganga, the way I touch Ganga, my whole skin will be alive. How I am alive when I hug you in the energy darshan, or when I give you the energy darshan, with the same intensity I will be alive when I touch Ganga, or when I hug our Biddi banyan tree, Kalpavriksha, or when I touch Arunachala hill. Understand? Because I have no idea of gender. I have no idea of gender. Intensely working on the gender identity and detoxifying liberates you from all parasites sitting inside your biomemory. All the statues you see in Gajraho, they are all not pornography. Please understand, that is working on your biomemory to detox your biomemory through working on your sexual identity and gender identity. The stupid anti-Hindu gang goes on abusing us. Oh, this Gajraho is full of pornography. Dumbo, jumbo, as if your civilization is without pornography. Hey, my Hindu civilization's pornography enlightens people. I won't even call that as a pornography. I'll call it as a Shakti. Shakti Avishkarana. Through working on your sexual identity, gender identity.
ஒத்த மிஷனரி போஸை வச்சுட்டு வெறும் புள்ள மட்டும் பெத்து போடுற செத்த பசங்களா? உங்களுக்கு என்னடா தெரியும்? தமிழ் தெரிஞ்சவங்கிட்ட கேட்டு டிரான்ஸ்லேஷன் வாங்கிக்கோங்க. திரும்ப வேணா சொல்றேன், ஒத்த மிஷனரி போஸை வச்சுட்டு வெறும் புள்ள மட்டும் பெத்து போட தெரிஞ்ச செத்த பசங்களா, உங்களுக்கு என்னடா தெரியும்? Working on the gender identity, the sexual identity, liberates you from all parasites sitting in your biomemory. I tell you, if you have the knowledge about sexuality as per Hinduism, you will never have suicidal tendencies, directly, indirectly, or life negative tendencies. Many times people come and tell me, Swamiji, our ancestors, kings like Prithviraj Chauhan, or many kings, our ancestors, should not have forgiven the enemies who came to invade us, who came to destroy us. Yes, I agree. You are right. When the enemy comes with weapon, you have to handle him with weapon. All this is true. But I tell you, the justification from the king's side, a complete fulfilled being. You see, in those days our kings were directly guided by enlightened beings and they are fulfilled. Real Lakshmi was manifesting in them in every level. They were so fulfilled, powerful. They felt when the enemy was apologizing, they felt, all right, let's give him a chance. A fulfilled, complete being who does not have any parasite in his biomemory will be such graceful, non-violent, exuberant being. He sees possibility for every person to flower. Of course, because of that elite, graceful lifestyle, we lost the land, no doubt. But something in that civilization is worthy of preserving. That is why I am begging all of you to be part of this revival of this great, ancient, enlightened Hindu civilizational nation, Kailasa. It has something extraordinary, worthy of being preserved and revived. All mental disorders are due to the parasites sitting inside the biomemory. The pure biomemory is your Kuladevata. Mother Coronation is the pure biomemory of the Surangi Samrajya, the Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajya's pure biomemory is Mother Krinashini. Our Kuladevata is the pure biomemory of us, our Vamsa. Listen, that is why I insist on Kuladevata worship. All of you should realize all your problems, mental or physical, is not because you are bad, but because your parasites are bad. You are letting those bad parasites sitting inside you. Turn your anger towards your parasites, not towards you. You will win the game. If you decide consciously, I will turn all my anger, frustration, violence, everything towards the parasites sitting in my muscle memory, bioenergy, not towards me, you won the game. I used to tell my kids, hey, nee singa kutti siridi, means you are my lion cub, roar. Roar towards the parasites sitting inside your muscle memory, biomemory and bioenergy. Understand? Parasites sitting inside your bioenergy is delusion, giving up attitude. What can I do? That's all. This kind of extreme enlightenment, negative, anti-enlightenment attitude is the parasites sitting inside your bioenergy. Listen carefully, I will repeat. Delusion about life means knowing that you are wrong, you try to constantly believe the other person is wrong. The denial, life denial. Delusion, life denial, above all, giving up. Yes, this is the way it is, what can I do? I know it is right, but I don't know what to do. This is the parasite sitting inside your bioenergy. This parasite can destroy you lives after lives after lives. and go round in the same rut, totak, 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 totak. You will see same kind of father, mother, and end up with the same kind of attachment and problem, and land in the same kind of mess, and die, pick up next body with the same kind of type of parents, family situation, land in the same mess, and die, and the same rut will go on and on and on, stuck but not breaking out. Freeing you is the parasite sitting inside your bioenergy. Only one thing can detox you from all the parasites sitting in your bioenergy, living around the master. You need to see him constantly, how he behaves, how he lives, how his muscle memory is working, how his biomemory is working, how his bioenergy is working. Guru Seva is the only way the parasites in the bioenergy will be detoxed. Guru Seva is the most direct method. Of melting down all the parasites sitting inside your bioenergy. Nothing else can do it. Because bioenergy level means constantly your bioenergy need to be cleansed, detoxed, opened. Your bioenergy need to be opened, and Guru's initiation, Shakti Bada, needs to be poured inside you. And you need to go on experiencing detox. You need to be detoxed continuously. Because the parasites sitting inside your bioenergy, you collected it for many janmas, multiple births you collected. You won't get rid of it just like that in one day, 2 days. I can give you a methodology, alternative for the Guru Seva, because unfortunately most of you can't live around me, at least as on now. Have the Atma Murti, live with it whole day. When you wake up Atma Murti. When you brush the teeth, brush him. After your bath, give him bath. Before you eat, give him food. Before you go to bed, put him to bed. Living with him can detox
all the parasites sitting in your bioenergy. You can get rid of all those parasites. Detox your bioenergy through living with Atmamurti. Atmamurti is your personal deity of Guru, your personal intimate version of Guru in the form of deity. Live with the deity. That can be a substitute as on now till you get the opportunity to live with Guru. I will expand more how the detoxification can be done, how the enlightenment can be manifested immediately by removing the parasites sitting in your muscle memory, biomemory, and bioenergy. More about the nature of the parasites and the impact they create in your life and how to remove them, cleanse yourself, detox yourself from these parasites, how to get rid of these parasites. About all these three, I'll expand more and more in the further satsangs. Today I wanted to bless Paramashivoham season 22 participants. 330 days we have crossed continuous Paramashivoham sessions. Back to back, back to back, back to back. Today is 22nd season going on. Every Amavasya we start a session and Purnima we end, and every Purnima we start and end in Amavasya. Today is the 22nd season of Paramashivoham going on. Blessings for all the Paramashivoham graduates and Paramashivoham, this batch who are getting initiated and starting. Blessings to all of you. So today whatever I have spoken needs a lot of Vakyartha Sadas and Jivartha Sadas. Do it. My blessings to all of you. Let's all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Shuddhatvaita Saivam, the state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness, and Kailasa of Paramashiva. Paramashivoham, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
श्रीकैलासोन्नतद्वादशान्तश्यामलापीठारूढ श्रीमीनाक्षिसुन्दरेश्वरा भिन्नस्वरूपा परशिवपुत्ररत्न कुमार गुरुमण्यतुल्यावतार श्रीपार्वतीस्तन्यपानलब्धदिव्यज्ञान विश्रुत सकल निगमागम सारभूत द्राविड वेद प्रवक्त्रे श्रीमत्परमशिव करुणा समधिगत मुक्तामय चतुरश्रयान् गीयमान छत्र चामर श्रीचिह्न काहलादि समस्त बिरदावल्यलङ्कृत ज्ञान विज्ञान चक्रवर्ती सर्वजन संघ सद्यो निर्वाण दीक्षा व्ययापवर्गवर्ष विश्राण जीमूत परमत कलभ केसरी शैव सिद्धान्त स्थापनाचार्य श्रीराजाधिराज पाण्ड्य महाराज गुरु क्षपण शाक्यादि महान्धकार निवारण ज्ञान भानु वीक्षणानर्हार्ह ध्वजोच्छेदन पूर्वक श्रीमद्वृषभध्वज स्थापक शैव समय कर्त्रे सर्वज्ञ पीठारूढ श्री जगद्गुरु श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक स्वामी वागीश सुंदर माणिक्य वाचक स्वामिनाम् अवतार भूत श्री ज्ञान संबंध स्वामी पुनरुद्धृत श्यामला पीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रिनवत्युत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान अरुणगिरि योगीश्वर परम्परागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञ पीठ गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्य मंगल नित्य कल्याण नित्य रजित कैलास परम्परागत आदि कैलास नित्यानंद पीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासन पीठ कर्तः साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कैलास परम्परागत वैवस्वत मनु इक्ष्वाकु हरिश्चंद्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचंद्र शूरसेन इत्यादि अनवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ति परम्परागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मंडित चतुष्षष्टि संप्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्म शासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञ पीठ सुरांगी साम्राज्य मूर्धाभिषिक्त चूडामणे साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणि पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामंडलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परमशिव सिंहासनाभिषिक्त समस्त गणनायक श्री महागणपति समारंभ अनवच्छिन्न पीठाधीश्वर गुरु परंपरा प्राप्त अटल पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्रतम अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अटल पीठाधीश्वर धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्गपुर स्वर्ण पीठ त्रयोविंश गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परम्परागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ जगद्गुरो श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमत्परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य वर्य सच्चिदानंद प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठ श्रीमज्जगद्गुरु श्रील श्री भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिन् अत्रागत्य परिपाल्य च अस्मान् विज्ञान वितरणेन विजयी भव जय जय।
Remote viewing, pramanas, power of scanning others' home.
the guidance of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasukhanam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasadasham Tattamasyadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavaditam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Let's go through the disclaimers. Security measures. No photography, video, audio recording. Important cautions. Please be aware of the important cautions. What is power manifestation? Let's hear from Bhagwan himself explaining what is power manifestation.
All the 25 states of consciousness, when they happen in you, due to your chemicals and hormones, ups and downs, it is powerlessness. When it happens in you, out of your free will and consciousness, it is powerfulness. That's all. When you fall into sleep, it is powerlessness. When you enter into sleep, it is powerfulness. When you fall into dream, it is powerlessness. When you decide to dream, it is powerfulness. So I have added the ultimate powerfulness, Turiyatita, in your whole being and doing. Manifest all the powers. Understand, power manifestation is nothing but cognitive shift. It is not work. It is cognitive shift. Understand? It is just cognitive shift. It's not work. Work is a 4-letter word. Power manifestation is cognitive shift. Playing with life. Playing with being alive. Static matter, dynamic activity, strategic existence. All these three has no boundary. You are one with it. You are alive in everything. Everything listens to you. Everything decides as you want. Power manifestation is cognitive shift, raising your frequency, not work.
Now let's understand who is Paramashiva. Bhagwan himself has beautifully explained the Paramashiva in all of us.
Paramashiva does manifestation, maintenance, rejuvenation, pulling out of delusion and liberation. He resides in his supreme Paramashiva Swarupa as Ajomuha or Adhomuha, unborn, beyond form, formlessness. Is Paramashiva Swarupa. That Paramashiva Swarupa manifests with these 5 faces as Sadashiva, Tatpurusha, Vamadeva, Ahora, Satyojata, Ishana. 5 faces he manifests and does the Panchakritya, Srishti, manifestation, sthiti, sustenance, samhara, rejuvenation, prabhava, pulling out of delusion, anugraha, liberation. Understand? He does all these 5 jobs. Through these 5 phases. Now listen carefully. Tatpurusham, Vamadevam, Satyojatam, Ahoram, Ishanam. These 5 phases. Thus Panchakrityas. Each phase, each dimension is not just one F-A-C-E phase, P-H-A-S-E phase. It's not just F-A-C-E, P-H-A-S-E. Understand? The creation. Not just creation getting created. Even sustenance need to be created. Destruction need to be created. And pulling out of delusion need to be created. Liberation need to be created. Then creation, manifestation need to be maintained. Maintenance, sthiti itself need to be maintained. Destruction, samhara, the rejuvenation need to be sustained, maintained when it is happening. Pulling out of delusion, prabhava, need to be maintained when it is happening. And anugraha, liberation, need to be maintained when it is happening. Those micromilliseconds when it is happening. So understand, Satyojata Murti as 5 phase, Ishana Murti as 5 phase, Vamadeva Murti as 5 phase, Agora Murti has 5 phase, Tatpurusha Murti has 5 phase. So, Tatpurusha Murti has his 5 phase, Agora Murti has his 5 phase, Vamadeva Murti has his 5 phase, Satyojata Murti has his 5 phase, Ishana Murti has his 5 phase. All these 5 Murtis, 5 phases put together is 25 phases of Mahasadashiva.
Bhagavan beautifully explained Paramashiva. Now, who is His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam? Let's hear from Bhagavan himself. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is a reviver of KAILASA, the ancient enlightenment civilization, the great cosmic borderless nation. Is an avatar from and is a supreme pontiff of Hinduism. His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, has made science of our manifestation, yoga, temple-based universities for humanity, so which an order of KAILASA led by His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam and Nithyananda order of monks, nuns, Hindu diasporas, are working for global peace to give superconscious breakthrough to humanity. Nithyananda Hindu University, world's largest with extended campus in 150 countries, is collecting, organizing, preserving, time capsuling, decoding, spreading and reviving 20 million source books of Hinduism and 64 sacred arts, science like Ayurveda, music, dance, sculpting, astrology, Vastu, and many more. His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is 293rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of Shamala Pita Sarvanya Pita, ancient apex body of Hinduism and present emperor of Surya Vamsa Surangi Swamrajyam. His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, has survived the worst persecution of multiple assassination attempts on person and character by anti-Hindu elements.
Sorry for the technical glitch. Let's go through the Pramanas, the Shastra Pramanas. The science of power manifestation is authentic, time-tested, scientific, and foolproof. Shastra Pramanas, the eternal, unchangeable truth revealed in the source scriptures. Apta Pramanas are the experience and results of the Rishis, Munis, Ganas, Nayanamars, Alvars, who have revealed in the source scriptures. According to that, they are the scientists who have time tested and verified the science of power manifestation. Atma Paramanas are the account of His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, this millennium avatar's personal experience of power manifestation as his Leela. Shakshi Pramanas are the experience of millions of devotees, disciples all around the world who have experienced the power of manifestation of these great powers, who has been initiated by Bhagavan himself. The Pratyaksha Pramana, the scientific study measuring the effect of being in the enlightened state. Let's go to the Shastra Pramana.
Jagatva Yugapanirvikalpena Manasa Paramodayaha.
Bhagavan Paramashiva says, one should consciously cognize sorry for the technical glitch. One should consciously cognize, keeping the mind beyond the movement of thoughts, free from any doubt, root cognition, that the whole body and even the whole universe indeed are simultaneously of the essence and nature, consciousness in the infinite space of oneness. Then the supreme awakening happens. Bhagavan beautifully explains how the muscle memory, biomemory, and bioenergy is continuously creating parasites, more and more unconscious delusion in us, not letting us to live the consciousness as our original space. The more we understand that it is the delusion is not by us, but by the parasite which is living in us, and we empowering those parasites instead of fighting the parasite, we fight everything else, Bhagavan says. Continuously, if we detox, intense yoga, it cleans up the muscle memory. In the biomemory, constantly being thrown into the confusion by boredom, tiredness, anger, frustration, all that goes into the next level and starts waiting to get reacted. The minute somebody pokes or something pokes it, the parasites starts acting and react to the situation. Instead of taking the action and moving forward and living as a positive life, positive being, continuously we are given the delusion that it is impossible, this is the way it is, or I don't know what to do, nothing works for me. All that impossible in us because we become life negative. Continuously, if we start detoxing our body, we start one level of peace in us, understanding that these parasites are the one which is causing so much of confusion. Then going into the bioenergy itself, doing the continuous seva in the temple, for the Atma Linga, Bhagavan says, you can raise yourself into the higher consciousness by cleansing whatever is happening in the outer world is not something that is happening as per your understanding. But because of the parasite, continuous, you're creating the reality in a most difficult possible way. It is very simple to be just simple and admiring simple things that Bhagavan beautifully says, how he is with the banyan tree or with the mountain, how he hugs the banyan tree, he hugs us. He is so simple and so beautiful. It takes hard work to be reacting to somebody. It is simple to be just us. How we react to everything, that causes more damage, and that gets into the confusion. And more we get into the problem of not knowing who we are and start reacting. So many times if we understand that the whole thing is not us, but the parasites, cleaning the parasites continuously, we'll start manifesting huge powers. The cognition shift, the reflection of this understanding will become permanent. Otherwise, today we remember, we manifest the powers. By the tomorrow we are gone, by night we start again getting into anger and incompletions, because again the parasites are sitting inside us. So continuous detoxing and continuous doing the seva really brings us back to who we are. We are back home in the peace, in the beautiful space of oneness with Paramashiva. With that powerful cognition, we're going to the Apta Pramana. How the grace saints manifest the power of remote viewing. Let's hear Sai Baba manifest the power of saving a child.
Her infant and putting it to sleep, he could see the child would fall into one of the gas fires. Just he had the scanning the lady while walking, tripped on the bucket, and accidentally the child drops off her hand, falls into the gas fire. Sai Baba, through his powers, holds the child and prevents it from falling into the fire and saves the child. This is from Sai Satcharitra, chapter 7, page 42. Beautifully narrates how Baba saved the child and restores the child, not only scanning the other places, but also restores the life. All these great Mahatma was just manifesting and contributing to others' life. Atma Pramana, Bhagwan's Leela. Bhagwan narrates, so before landing, I was very clearly what is needed for the planet Earth for me to pick back up. I was very clear it was the love and consciousness. Nothing else planet Earth does not need intelligence to create infrastructure. It needs little more consciousness and love in the hearts of decision makers. Beautifully, Bhagwan narrates.
The money we send to protect our borders, if we decide to share with the neighboring countries, there will not be poverty in the neighboring countries, and they will not try to penetrate your fence, and they will not go on digging tunnels to come into your country. It is just a little bit of consciousness on decision makers. Just a simple decision to make all the things available to us as a normal life for human beings. Just like atomic power can be used or misused. It can be used to produce whatever human beings need for all human beings on the planet Earth. Or it can be misused to destroy the whole planet Earth without human beings. Either it can be used to create whatever luxuries available on the planet Earth, or it can be used to destroy whatever is there in the planet Earth, wiped out. The concept of wealth, which encourages continuous creation, the concept of wealth which continuously encourages creation, not which leads human beings towards destruction, which leads human beings towards creation. Starving and obesity, it is just consciousness which is needed, not the infrastructure. What is going on? I think I need to really create this question towards all the people who are decision making on the planet Earth. 6 billion people, at least 2 billion are working full time. And all our ancestors have created so much of intelligence and infrastructure, machineries and system. What are you guys are doing? Still, if you are not able to provide food, clothes, medical care and basic comforts for the 6 billion people, something is seriously wrong. The right way of using power. Patanjali is now going to talk about the great science of inner nuclear power. That is why he wants you to be prepared before initiating you into the power. It's a very powerful technique. Unless you prepare yourself with the last technique, means doing samyama and love, doing samyama and friendliness, you should not enter into this process. Please understand. If you enter into today's process without doing samyama and love and friendliness, without creating heart, friendliness, love in you, if you create power, it will be almost like a nuclear weapons being caught in the hands of terrorists. It is 131st Sutra of any kind of strength, such as that of the elephant, one obtains that strength. Swami Sachidananda translates as, by samyama on the strength of the elephants and such other such animals, their strength is obtained. Before entering into the sutra, I wanted you to understand few basic truths. You are not as solid as you think. You are just liquid. Any shape your inner space takes, your inner essence also takes that same space. You are what you think you are.
Shakshi Pramanas are the initiated disciples all over the world, manifesting the power and sharing their testimonials. Let's listen to the devotee and that he is doing a remote scanning of others' houses.
My name is Chico Pfeiffer. I'm from Holland but live in Spain currently, and I'm a holistic beauty and health practitioner. It was a remote vision about scanning a house, and I could scan the whole living room of the person which is sitting in front of me, which I never met. I was never even saw his house. And I could see all the furniture, his television, the closet. I saw boxes and books. I saw actually his whole living room. So the guy was trying to get me more difficult questions. And then he said, like, can you see where I bought the table? And then I was able to look under beneath the table, and I saw the mark made in Morocco. And I said that, and he says, oh, yes, that's really true. And then he even asked me, can you see a glass and chandelier? And I said, yes, it's on your dining table. I saw straight away where it was. And I could also look under beneath it, and I could see it was made in Italy and Venice. So when I said it, the man really was always like, oh my God, this is so amazing. So yeah, that was our...
Beautiful. He was able to see under the table, the make of it, under the chandelier, the make of it, an amazing manifestation. Let's go to the instruction, and to understand the instruction and verification, how yes, the setting up of the power. If you have Jnananjan, you can apply the Jnananjan in your third eye and the temples. And please set up your camera. And with the timestamp, we'll show you how. It's an app. And if you have a pencil and paper, and you can have a partner whose house you're going to scan. If you don't have a partner, write down the details of your friend's house or friend's family's house, and you can go back and verify the detail. Yes. Download the timestamp app, click on the video like how it's shown in the picture. Ensure the timestamp on the screen. Make sure the camera is facing you in a bright place, in a quiet place, so you can beautifully record the great happenings. These are something beyond what you can understand and think, because the mind cannot understand, because mind is part of the consciousness. It's beyond the mind that how it's manifesting. So don't miss to record these great moments. Now let's go to the guidelines for manifesting the powers. The guidelines: turn on the video recording. Don't forget to turn on. Apply the Jnananjan on your third eye. Bring your awareness to your third eye. Scan the partner's home for the number of windows, ACs, you can note it down, number of windows, ACs, vent, and other things which is measurable. Don't just write down, oh, that they had so many ceiling fans and beautiful airy place and big house. No, exactly write down it is an apartment or a house or what color. You can write something which you can go back and exactly get the detail how you have seen in your third eye. Now, as you manifest, write down the detail. Whatever Paramashiva shows you, do not doubt it. Do not think, oh, I don't think they are in a car. We have seen people scan and find out they don't have a house. They are sitting in a car and they're moving in a car now or a few years back. So just write down everything. You'll be so surprised to know all the details. And if you're manifesting, and if you, at the end of manifestation, you just got some of it right, or you're just feeling the Kundalini energy, you have started manifesting. We are manifesting all the time, but we have not realized it. Now we are consciously doing that, chanting the Mahavakya and being in the space of oneness with Paramashiva. So write down everything, record everything, share it with everybody, and also see others sharing for the more entanglement to happen. Now we'll have the Mahavakya for 5 minutes. Before that, we'll have a small instruction. Sit straight.
with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. I'll just post the instruction now. Visualize Paramashiva in your third eye. All the time we are in the Mooladhara and the lower chakras because that's where the parasites are. They like to have their awareness, right? All the time jumping and reacting. Now bring your awareness to your third eye. Just be in oneness with Bhagavan and have the absolute unclutching from whatever is happening now. Everything that you're seeing is in the dream. Just unclutch for a few minutes. There is nothing other than you exist. Complete completion. Being in the complete completion that you are Paramashiva. Other than Paramashiva, there is nothing that I exist. And in oneness, ferociously breaking the boredom and tiredness, which is not letting you, and bringing the restlessness continuously inside you, the parasites which are creating that delusion, just drop them and be with the Paramashiva space in you, the deep core who you are. Start chanting the Mahavakya intensely and vibrating with the sound, listening to the sound deeply, continuously. Just whatever appears, just write down. Whatever is seen and whatever is experienced by you, start writing down. It is absolutely correct, and there is nothing but the correct things are given to you. Because you are Paramashiva, you know what has happened because you were there and everything is Paramashiva. So you know exactly everything. Just be there, experience it, and write down that. Now we'll have the Mahavakya. And after the Mahavakya, there'll be another cycle also. So we'll do 2 cycles. You can scan 2 places also. So we are starting, sit straight, deeply connect to Bhagavan in your third eye, and start chanting intensely. And whatever appears, continue. Yes. Start chanting.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye plant in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour. Let the Varna open up in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Beautiful. Whatever Bhagwan has shown you, whatever you have written, that's beautiful. You can verify after the class is over. Now you can scan one more person or scan their office. Whatever is seen, just start writing. If you have gone there before, do not choose those people. Logically, yes, we can do extraordinary things, we all know, but something more than logic also exists in us. Who we are is we are Paramashiva, who can manifest, we can command, and that can be seen as our reality. World starts functioning the way we want it to be when we are in oneness with Paramashiva. That is the space we want to manifest. So if you've gone to somebody's house, do not write about their house. Somebody new, pick that detail and start the next cycle with. You can choose an office or their relative house and then ask them for the details. Write, you can draw the house or you can write the house, the numbers of measurable things so that you can go back and ask them if it is exactly matching. You got the full 100% matching happen. So let's start, sit straight, just unclutch, understand this world, whatever reaction or whatever we are going through is still happening in the dream. All that we are manifesting in the dream. The only reality is when you connect to Bhagwan, understand he is the one who is manifesting every moment of your life. Just be in the Shaktipada, melting and just surrendering at his lotus feet, forgetting that you even existed. Just that space will make you manifest all that you want in the reality. Let's start chanting. Sit straight and intensely chant with the intense listening.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye, all our third eye. Let the Amrita force, let the Varna open up. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva's third eye in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour. Let the Varni open up in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye.
Yes. Now let's go to the sharing. Why is sharing and enriching and causing important to us manifesting powers? Is only to reiterate what we have manifested becomes our muscle memory. How the parasite keep on telling we are powerless. We keep on telling the parasite, hey, I manifested, I manifested, I manifested. That is why chanting is so powerful, because we are reiterating. Sanskrit is so powerful because we are reiterating to ourselves how powerful we are. So enriching and enreaching is where we really start getting grounded with what we experienced. It becomes permanent. Otherwise, today you manifest, tomorrow you don't manifest, day after you manifest. That is because you do not enrich and cause. Enriching and causing is very simple and most easiest part and most powerful part. It is the most like icing on the cake or the cherry on the cake. It's the most beautiful part and most exciting. Telling people, sharing this video that you did to in Kailash Kotiyar manifesting power groups or in the groups and Facebooks and Twitter and all the social medias that you are aligned to. Please share in all the places and tell the world how you manifested the power. If you have the video or you are experiencing a very powerful cognition from satsang, please share that with the world. More you share, that becomes your reality. More people are caused, they are just a mirror of you. Life has started listening to you because you have started listening to you, that you are Paramashiva manifesting this reality. So thank you for participating today in this beautiful program from pre-satsang, satsang and power manifestation session. Let's surrender all this to Bhagavan's lotus feet. Again and again, when we surrender, we expand. How much ever powers we manifest, whatever we manifest in life, let us keep everything to offering to Bhagavan's lotus feet. With that, let's end with the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purna Purnamadashyate Purnasya Purnamataya Purnameva Vashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavate Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam Paduka Arpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you so much. See you all tomorrow after the satsang for power manifestation session again. Don't forget to share. Thank you, Nithyananda.